Please call people for such better trust in this land. Your blessings sent upon the assembled and granted the mayors in your presence. Peter and Cosdol matter that shall come under the deliberation is so just and only manner to promote your honor and glory and to advance the good of those interests you have committed to their church.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this morning's sitting. I know it is unusual that we sit on Fridays, but because of the timelines, you have to bear with me. Honorable members, you recall, we had a malaria awareness walk on 20th April 2024, which was graced by the Deputy Speaker. And in this walk, remember we discussed here, and it was brought by Honorable Christine, in charge of environment on this side, on the issues of neem trees, that as Parliament we should be able to encourage our locals, our voters, to plant neem trees. And I am happy that we've been able to get some neem trees, which are in the compound, parking compound here. When you live here, as you go for recess, if we are going for recess, take some of those neem trees and be an example to our people. Ensure that you plant, they are watered, and they grow. They can help in reducing the mosquitoes. Honorable members, today is a World Press Freedom Day. It is a day that is set aside by the United Nations General Assembly to raise awareness on the importance of freedom of the press and remind governments of their duty to respect and uphold the right of freedom of expression which is enshrined under Article 19 of 1948 Universal Declaration of the Human Rights. These principles are adequately domesticated in Article 29 of the 1995 Constitution. The theme of this year is journalism is a face of environmental crisis. This theme coincides with the various environmental changes that have affected so many areas, especially in East Africa and Eastern Uganda in the recent past. I take this opportunity to reiterate the commitment of Parliament in protecting the freedom of expression. And that's why you see we have so many journalists in this house. And journalists, please ensure, Honorable Semuju, ensure that that article is not abused. I wish the entire fourth estate a pleasant celebration of the World Press Freedom Day. Honorable members, you can't even clap for fourth estate. Honorable members, by now you must be aware that the UK government, through a media communication, and I'm saying media communication, dated 30th April 2024, reportedly imposed some sanctions on myself and two former ministers. The ministers who were in court, purportedly on allegation of corruption, and the sanction led to travel ban and freeze of assets. I am told I have so many assets in UK and a lot of accounts in UK. Unfortunately, I've only been in UK once. I don't even have a postcard in UK. Honorable members, these sanctions are politically motivated. The bill that you passed in this house, we are carrying a cross. I am carrying a cross for the 48 million Ugandans. The LGBTQ Act, the Anti-Homosexuality Act, the law is what is causing all this. This may not be the only banner. Another one will come. In the pretext of corruption, theft, all those kind of things will come. But we serve a living God. We serve a living God, and we will always not allow bamshafters in Uganda. If they want to do, let them do in their bedrooms, not in public. The law is there. It will be implemented. Let whoever feels the heart, let them go ahead. Me, I don't need to go in. I have said I have a passport, permanent passport, to Bukedea and to Buyende. I don't need a visa. So, honorable members, you need to be very firm and fight for your people. Just imagine it is your kid who is being sodomized tomorrow. But I am telling you, those sanctions, I have had an interaction, and we've gotten to know all what the sanctions are about, which the Minister of Foreign Affairs is here. And at an appropriate time, the head of state will also respond to it. because that is an indictment to Parliament of Uganda. You did pass the law yourselves. Me, I didn't even vote. I shared and you voted. So I am not worried. And if they feel I have property, go and freeze them and see if I will complain. Even a postcard you can. I would like to categorically tell you that international backlash will continue. But one thing we need to do is to have respect for each other, respect for people's values, the traditions, the cultures of countries. We're a sovereign country. And those who are writing reports are writing reports because they want to do accountability. They want to do accountability. I have not said no. I have not said it. She did not. I will one day allow you people to start boxing. Honorable members, we need to safeguard the sanctity of this house, of this country. If we cannot do that, then we will not be doing what is expected of us. And whatever we are doing for the 48 million Ugandans out there. And in a special note, I really want to thank Parliament of Uganda for passing that law. I want to thank the religious leaders. I want to thank judiciary for upholding the decision. I want to thank the president for assenting to that law. That shows you how much he values the family values. And I want to thank all the Ugandans. Honorable members, there is an outcry, much as we passed the law on fisheries. But the people have continued being mistreated around the waters. I got a team yesterday that somebody was killed in Ingo landing site, a fisherman. As government, maybe you need to come in and see the enforceability of the law that was passed by this house. Because the people who are being killed are our people. Those are the same people who will vote for us tomorrow. So we need we need a response to that effect. Because it's not only in one island that they are complaining, not only in one fishing area. You will find that Honorable Mulimba, he just can't talk because he's a minister, but he's suffering down there in his place, but we'll need a response from government to that effect. Today, we are going to look at the tax bills. And as you're aware, we are in the tail end of the budgeting. And remember, I told you, we've already gazetted 13th for budget reading, 13th June. So we should be able to look at where we are getting the money from for us to be able to fund the budget that we are talking about. Let's look at where money is coming from, and then we will appropriate that money effectively. We'll want to get a statement from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the chief diplomat. Some of us may not be diplomats, but we'll want to get a statement from the chief diplomat, and we'll also hear from the leader of opposition on the press. I think he has a message for the press, today being the press day. Yes, yes, Honorable Call.
Right, Honorable Speaker, on your communication, especially on the sanction, I remember I was in my constituency and I got a call from the press, especially New Vision, asking me about it. And I thought they were mistaken because to the best of my knowledge, our work as Parliament of Uganda, we allocate resources to the ministries, to the Prime Minister's office, and to different departments of Uganda. And the major people who should be questioned on this issue of the iron sheet are people who are tasked with the responsibility of implementing the resources that we allocated for this particular issue. First of all, the sign that we allocated the resources is a clear sign that this parliament is committed to solve the problem of the Karamojong people. And therefore, I was wondering how you can sanction the head of parliament and you forget people who are in charge of implementation. In this case, the ministers, I don't have problem when they're talking about the ministers. I don't have problem if you could talk about the office of the prime minister. But how, of all things, you come to give sanction on the head of institution of parliament, who are the people concerned, and this issue was raised in this parliament. The issue about who is a beneficiary should be the implementing people, not us who are concerned in monitoring. For our Minister of Foreign Affairs and for the head of state to make sure we get serious as a country so that our sovereignty should be protected as a country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The sovereignty of this country is very important. Honorable Kitutu and Honorable Nanduta in court, but the principle of presumption of innocence still stands. Yes, yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you. You did mention that the Minister for Foreign Affairs will be making a statement. I really think it's important because this is a matter that really touches on our diplomatic relations. And for purposes of just avoiding uncoordinated troop movements, it will be important that government states its position early enough to guide the debate and discussion. Otherwise, there is a very big likelihood of creating a diplomatic imbroglio arising out of the statements that we may make. Right, Honourable Speaker, for me, at the risk of anticipating what is in the statement, at the risk, the UK has a right to sanction anybody. It's really their right. And I don't think anybody should be concerned or bothered. Let them sanction whoever they want. It is really their sovereign right. But what should also happen is that they should respect the sovereign right of other countries. Because you see, you run a risk. You run a risk. I am on procedure. You run a risk. You run a risk, right, Honourable Speaker. We run a risk. We run a risk of undermining each other. So, Right Honourable Speaker, the procedural issue I raise is whether it is not procedurally right for the Minister of Foreign Affairs to first adumbrate the position of government before this matter is debated.
Thank you. Honorable members, maybe it is good we first hear from the minister. Sechi, let's first hear from the minister. Procedure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In your communication, you said we have tax bills that are very important, as you enumerated. And you did say that for you don't care if they want to freeze, you don't even have a postcard, they can go ahead. If, Madam Speaker, that is your conclusion, is there, and this is the procedural issue, is there a need for government to issue a statement when one of the persons sanctioned has said she does not care? This matter is not serious. Is there a need for government to again issue a statement if you have closed the matter in that fashion?
I may be sanctioned today, tomorrow it is going to be you. It is about your country, not an Anita. Me, I can go back and be in my village. Honorable Minister, no, let's first hear from the Honorable Minister. And then, Honorable Minister, because they are going to sanction all of you. You think you're immune?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Permit me, pursuant to Rule 52, make a statement to the House and to public. The Republic of Uganda is a stable democracy that enjoys cordial relations with the vast majority of states in the family of nations. Our political landscape since 1986 has continued to evolve in peace and stability, bolstered by faith of its people as the hallmark of the NRM government. Our standing in the region internationally has reflected the dividends of this peace and stability. The Parliament of the Republic of Uganda reflects the legitimate voice and aspirations of the Ugandan people. It's with surprise that the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uganda learned of a statement issued on the official website of United Kingdom government on 30th April 2024, announcing the imposition of sanctions on open quotes, Ugandan politicians charged with corruption, close quotes. The case referred to under the UK's global anti-corruption sanctions regime concerning two former ministers, the Honorable Goretti Kitutu and the Honorable Agnes Nandutu, represents the first time that this is applied with respect to Uganda. It glosses over the fact that the two cases mentioned had been uncovered by government's own investigative agencies and are currently being handled under Ugandan courts of law. The two on the charge sheet, therefore, remain under presumption of innocence until proven guilty. The third person mentioned in the sanctions regime is the Right Honorable Anita Mong, who is none other than the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, who has not been charged by Directorate of Public Prosecution in the above-mentioned cases. We therefore seek to find rationale for actions taken by the British government in this sanctions designation. The Minister of Foreign Affairs looks forward to engaging with the British High Commission in Uganda and indeed Government of the United Kingdom, with whom we maintain cordial relations on this matter, while mindful that sovereignty remains a cardinal principle in the bilateral relations between the two governments and nations. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, come on.
This parliament is a member of the Commonwealth. Today, as we talk, you are the chairperson of the Commonwealth's Presiding and Speakers Conference. The action of the UK government violates the principle upon which that institution is established. This parliament and the association need to express their displeasure because, Madam Speaker, this sanction that is not based on any ground violates the tradition, the setting up of the institution, and it borders on the UK government violating the principle and the rules of engagement. And we, as citizens of Uganda, and who contribute to that international organization, we need to express our displeasure. We cannot only allow government to express displeasure because the taxpayers of this country contribute to that institution. And you now, you are not only the Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, you are the head of the presiding officers and the Speakers Conference. And that position to which all the members of the Commonwealth accorded you because of your integrity, your sincerity, and the service you have rendered to this institution. And therefore, these sanctions questions the participation, and all Commonwealth parliaments need to raise their voice because it brings double standard of the UK government and our participation. Whereas we receive development support, but most of this development support alone to which the taxpayers of Uganda pay, this needs to be put on record. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we request the Minister of Foreign Affairs to engage the government of UK and other Commonwealth members to express our displeasure. If other countries, if it wasn't that President Museveni sometimes is very diplomatic, would even consider withdrawing our participation in the Commonwealth Speakers Conference and institution. Because as of now, you coordinate the entire operation. How can they use, in the UK, the conservative government do not believe in homosexuality and lesbianism. In the US, the Republicans don't believe in it. So this double standard must be rejected, and we need to communicate to the people of this country and to the world. I therefore propose that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, without wasting much time, need to engage at more high level, and we express our displeasure as the Parliament of Uganda. I beg to.
Thank you. Chairperson CPA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to, actually, at first when I was raising, I wanted to put Honorable, to inform Honorable. No. Same with you. That Parliament of Uganda is a member of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and Madam Speaker is the president of the branch. For that matter, it's very important.
There's an order.
Madam Speaker, in our rules, you can only inform the person holding the floor. Is the member in order to descend on my seat where I am comfortably listening and begin informing me using Parliament?
Honorable member, he was just mentioning your name. I think he likes it because you're his MP. You're his MP, just likes your name. Honorable members, I am the chairperson of CPA, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association in Uganda. I am also the president, the speaker, a chairperson of the speakers and presiding officers of the Commonwealth Parliaments, which is comprised of 72 countries. When we invited our friends to come for CISPOC, they did not come. And because of the law, and they wrote to us that they're not coming here because of that law, unless we're ready to withdraw, and which was okay with us. We did not miss anybody, and I want the Arab world, all of them came. All of them came. And I want to thank you for the work you did when you went to the Arab world. Honorable Minister, you need a more comprehensive statement. A comprehensive statement. You get it? Only this. You will find that some of these people are conflicted. The ones who are signing these documents are conflicted. And you know it. It's not a secret. They are conflicted. You know me, I'm not a diplomat, where you may be, but you know it. Yes, Pap.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
Right
sorry,
Honourable Speaker.
sorry, let you.
Right Honourable Speaker, that gentleman was giving information and that information was done.
But,
And the person who was.
Pap, let the CPA first speak, then it comes to Pap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I started with informing, but I was informing the House anyway. But my argument was that I think the sanctions were in bad faith. For starters, being that she's the president of the branch, she's the representative of this parliament in every CPA activities, at least related to the CPA Parliamentary Association. And CPA Parliamentary Association, we are signatories to the Commonwealth Charter. Interestingly, where we all the member states made a commitment to development of freedom, development of democracy and all that. And we made a commitment. And I believe the decision of the anti-homosexuality bill was out of a democratic beliefs of our country and the parliament as such. It was not an individual decision. So I think it's in bad faith. And that's why I was supporting the Right Honourable Speaker, that the minister brings a statement. And then we look at how best we can address this. Because going forward, for example, we have an annual general meeting in August, where she's supposed to be representing this parliament. We have another engagement in November, CPA, CPC in Sydney, where she's supposed to represent this parliament. So how will she going to be participating with nations that do not believe in our democracy or that are against the principles of the charter that we all subscribe to? So I think it's in bad faith, and I believe that it's important that the minister brings a statement and we find solutions and how best we can move with countries that are actually breaking the charters that they made commitments to. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Kudo, Pap.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday
Alex, I've seen you.
and the other day I attended a second African Interparliamentary Conference on Family Values and Sovereignty that is sitting in Entebbe, and I'm sure they are closing today. But I want to assure you, over the 20 countries that attended are very proud of Uganda in terms of legislation on the anti-homosexuality law. I'm a member of the Pan-African Parliament, and most of the African countries are very proud of Uganda about the case of anti-homosexuality law. So I want all of you to move with your heads high over the decision you took, because the rest of Africa is very proud of us about what we did. Right Honourable Speaker, having said that, we are also doing very badly as a nation on matters to do with the corruption. As a nation, and we all know that the way we are handling our corruption cases cannot be celebrated. This issue of Mabati was not well disposed of. It just ended in corridors, and it ended like that. Ugandans don't know who was found guilty and who was not found guilty. And it is just there lingering. And I really want to think, that's why these that wanted to get on the speaker wanted to use that. Had it been disposed of properly, probably it wouldn't have been an issue. I keep wondering why the Mabati group was bigger. I'll give you information. The Mabati group was bigger. Why did they pick only the speaker and the two? Why not the rest of the group? And the prime minister, there are so many ministers here who are involved. Yeah, even my friend here, Msasi, was part of those. So I'm just wondering why only the speaker and the other two? So if the matter was properly disposed of, probably would be in a better situation to debate this. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, first of all, Patrick,
Madam
yes.
Speaker, my friend here had some information to give me.
Thank you, Honorable Patrick. Information I want to give relates to the press conference that the DPP held, where she said they had investigated this matter, and according to them, the people they took to court are those they found with incriminating evidence. And they said the others, the cases, the files had been closed. That's what the DPP actually said.
Honorable members, I also want to tell you, first of all, if the Karamojong team was here, they would bear me witness. When the issue came up on the Mabati, I said, I hope the Mabati that was put at my gate, because it was dropped at my gate. The gate of my school was not part of Karamoja Mabati. And I said, if they were, I will immediately return. So when the investigation went on, I said, give the schools, government schools, give the government schools the Mabati. I came back after finding out that that was the Mabati and refunded. I was the first person without anybody saying it, and refunded the iron sheets and said, have your iron sheets, I don't need them. Because if they are meant for Karamoja, they are meant for Karamoja, not for my place. And I've never been to any court of corruption. And who says it is only Karamoja that would need Mabati? Even if they went to Teso, even if they went to Lango, even if they went to where. But honorable members, this is a test on us. A test on us, which we must prove. Ekudo, Dakas, Sechi. So no.
Thank you so much.
By the
Madam
way, Sechi
Speaker.
is one of my good friends.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Being somebody who comes from Teso and a member of parliament from Teso, and when you hear about the issues in the TV, talk about the speaker, I feel bad because I come from Teso. I come with her in Teso. And if something goes wrong, I think the objectives of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 18 allows the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to handle this matter. But sincerely, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is just keeping it quiet.
today. He has made a statement today when the social media has already damaged somebody's name. No, this is not good. So for us as members of parliament for TESO, we feel about it and we condemn those issues in case somebody is wrong. Why do you leave other people who were taken to court and you bring somebody who was not taken to court? Foreign Affairs, please wake up.
Honorable Dakas.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to just make a contribution on this issue, which I haven't spoken on for a long time.
Honorable members, let's not attack the Minister of Foreign Affairs. What we need to do, but Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Ekudo is right. When you heard this, you ought to have responded instantly. That is what we pay you for, to do the diplomacy. Before the undiplomatic people come, you should have done your diplomacy, and then you come to this house and tell us, this is what I have done. Now, you'll get an undiplomatic person who will say, maybe the person who signed this document is himself.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the point you just made is really an important point. Ever since we passed this law, for me, two things have not happened. One is that we really have not engaged the West diplomatically. I can tell you the majority of the world is on our side, even in the West, but we are not engaging properly. We are losing markets because of this issue. And those markets, we can redeem them if we were collaborating with our allies on that other part of the world. So it's important that the Minister of Foreign Affairs takes his job responsibly and engages the rest of the world. Secondly, even after we have passed the law, we continue to hear of children being abused in this manner, and yet you never hear of any arrest. So really, what's this law for? If we have a law, we should allow the law to begin to bite. In any case, we're already being beaten somehow. So I think it's important that we are acting with our two-edged sword. We should be engaging the West because we do have allies there. But also here at home, we should be seen to activate the law and not just keep the law shelved.
Yes.
Let me allow, Madam.
He has given away. I don't know why you are complaining. He has given away. The information I want to give is a point of law that I want to share. The Supreme Court has said when a law is being challenged before the Constitutional Court, you cannot charge a person under that law. So the reason why people are not being charged under the anti-homosexuality law is because it's still being challenged. So until it is disposed of at the highest level, it's when police and DPP can actually act. That's the information I wanted to give.
Thank you for that information. And that's a good education for me. Madam Speaker, the other thing I wanted to make remarks on based on your communication today is on the issue of malaria. We know that malaria continues to be the largest killer of Ugandans. And I know that the Ministry of Health has made significant efforts towards prevention. I can speak for the testimony of Kabaremaido district, where we have had reduction because of distribution of nets. So if, as we go forward, I think it's important that government continues to employ every effort towards prevention. And the idea of planting neem trees is a highly welcome idea, and I congratulate government for that. Because we are beginning to see that the efforts that are put towards prevention could help us in reducing the impact of malaria on our communities. The other is the issue of diagnosis of malaria. We continue to see that the items used by the Ministry of Health fall short. Every month in our health facilities, you find that the rapid test kits are short, and that makes the situation worse for including those places that are hard to reach. So I think it would be important again that this House and indeed government pays attention to one disease that kills a majority of Ugandans. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, maybe just as information, as you do budgeting, as you go for budgeting, the executive of this country is very passionate. First of all, thank you for going to watch football the other day. And it is an agreed position from this budget that we are making, that the money for the stadium that are to be built is supposed to be in this budget without fail. Without fail. Say, Chi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I share your concerns and the concerns of this House about the sanctions that were imposed on the head of this very institution, the Right Honorable Speaker, Anita Moore, and two other former ministers, Honorable Chitutu and Honorable Agnes Nandutu. Right Honorable Speaker, I was in this House when we passed that anti-homosexuality law. And I can assure you, we as Parliament, we stand together on issues of morality of this country. There is no doubt about that. And I think each and every member of the House, you can't say it is the Speaker. It is so, it was a collective effort of the entire House. So if there is such an indictment, it's an indictment on the rest of, on all of us. That is important. And to that extent, I want us to stand firm. We shall get to know where it ends. We stand by you, the Right Honorable Speaker, in as far as enacting of that law is concerned, if that is the casus belli of all this that is unfolding. But I would hasten also to add, Right Honorable Speaker and members, that for us to sit by, there is a lot of ramifications and what our relationship with the Commonwealth shall be. The Speaker is the head. There are those engagements on annual basis. She's the chair of the speakers and presiding officers. So I think even those in UK, I saw the Deputy Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Mitchell. He ought to know the ramifications and the implications of sanctioning a speaker of a country. She is the head of the third arm of government. So there must be foreign affairs and government. You must tell us, how do we as a country proceed from here? What are our bilateral arrangements? What is the fate of our development cooperation that we share with the UK and the Commonwealth? Can we withdraw from the UK, from the Commonwealth? And I think the answer is no. Then what is the way forward? Because the head of the third arm, who represents us who are seated here, cannot go to the Commonwealth. In other words, we are decapitated. We are decapitated, we must state it. We must take the implications. How are we going to engage with the other 56
other countries under the umbrella of the Commonwealth. So it's a question that we must answer, and government must answer that. It was peculiar that the president even chose to keep quiet about it the other day at the Labour Day celebrations, because it isn't as easy as it comes. It isn't, honorable members. There is some weight on it. And I don't want to think that UK was not aware of the backlash of the fallout in all this. And to me, Right Honorable Speaker, it yet presents another opportunity on how, as the
Honorable
country,
Minister, I hope you're taking notes of what Sage is raising.
on how the country is proceeding on the question of corruption. To have your speaker sanctioned on account of larceny is such a grave matter. What is the rest of the country now? Probably, I think they are now touching on the speaker to tell us as a country, how we are proceeding. A speaker of an institution, the third arm. So I think, Right Honorable Speaker, when issues of corruption arise, why don't we get the opportunity to discuss them and for government to handle the same to its full conclusion? This is the problem. We are stuck. We cannot even present our voices to be heard well because the issue of the iron sheets was greatly mismanaged. It was greatly mismanaged. The Rugorobis, the Chitutu, the Nandutus were those arraigned before court. And to me, having cabinet ministers and ministers attending court, then in the afternoon they go to attend cabinet. What indicators are we giving to the international community? So for me, on the question of homosexuality, I want us to desegregate it. That one we all stand together. But on the question of corruption, honorable members, I beg your indulgence, that we must tackle it. We can't let it go. The other day we had an opportunity to look at ourselves as parliament. When the issue of the handshake, the service awards came, Right Honorable Speaker, I've never given us the opportunity to debate it. Despite my my constant standing here, can we have a look at ourselves? Or must we hide ourselves now in the same cloak? For me, I'm not part of that. If the UK is sanctioning and targeting the corrupt of this country, it's because we as a country have failed. We have failed. We have let down the people of Uganda, where everybody knew. Some ministers said that the iron sheets came through their windows to their compounds and they were let scot-free. The unfortunate ones, the three, were arraigned before court, and others are continuing to occupy the front bench. And the president made a very simple premise: I'm going to follow them. I'm going to follow them. Where is the following we were talking about? So to me, honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker, you better seize the opportunity. Seize the opportunity and say no to corruption. Lead the way so that as a country we can stand by you. But when this institution is full of loopholes, the allegations of corruption, the service awards abound, and we cannot debate them, we cannot discuss them, what should we do? It is only seeming that now the foreign countries are the ones doing the job we are supposed to do. So I don't want members to hide about sovereignty of the country.
They cannot search.
Yes.
Honorable government, you respond on the issues of the handsheets, but I'm telling you, the foreign country cannot, we're a sovereign country. I mean, UK cannot come and run our country. They cannot.
Thanks for the guidance, Right Honorable Speaker.
We are going to handle the issue of the corruption, that is okay. Perceived corruption. You know, somebody should be proved that, like the ministers who are in the court. There are so many people about how many, Honorable Board, do you want to say something?
Before you can come up, let us be open. I'm really making my humble and honest call to you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let us start with ourselves. We cannot continue hiding we are condemning other foreign countries when we have let down this country.
The other day they said you are corrupt to pass the RAPEX bills. Were you corrupt? Were you bribed? Who was bribed in this house?
Right, Honorable Speaker, there
I'm
was
asking. I'm not asking you, Sechi. I'm asking members who was bribed in this house.
right, Honorable Speaker. You see,
you know, Sechi, people will say whatever they will want to say, but what matters is, have you proved what it is? Have you proved?
You say information, my brother. You know, colleagues, it is very important that we look at international relations and international law. Whereas we relate and need each other, at the end of the day, every country protects its interest. And the information I want to give you on the ICC, for example, the US citizens, the UK citizens can commit crime, but have not assented to the ICC. They try their citizens in their local countries, in their local legal systems. So we need to ensure that we build our systems, support it, and never surrender other international systems that do not meet our interest to take charge. To me, that's really the position. The US government, an American can commit crime here that warrants ICC. A UK citizen can commit a crime, but they will be tried in the US and the judicial procedure will be implemented according to the laws of US and UK. The same we should do according to our legal system. If it is weak, we should build it and strengthen it. That's the information I want to give you.
I thank you, Honorable Elijah.
You also have something.
A small one, only a small one.
Honorable
Geoffrey.
There's a procedure matter.
A small one, as I
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on the matter of procedure on our rules of procedure 73. Issues about iron seats. Members of Parliament were willing to debate it. But when the matter went to court, we were debarred. It is not that maybe MPs wanted not to discuss this matter about the loss or any misappropriation of the iron seats. I find it for us to engage again so much on the issues about the iron seats of Karamoja, and yet the matter is still even in court, not yet concluded. It is like we are in sub judice. We are breaking our own rules. But again, even for somebody to write an indictment on one of us in this parliament in regards to iron seats, it is as if that person is not following our rules and the laws. Parliament of this country, which you are the chair, we have the rules. We move with our constitution. Article 79 prescribes very clearly our parliament is constituted. We have been mandated to make laws in this country. And it's often somebody understanding to say that if this country, Ugandans, member of parliament, have made a law, which that law they feel is right for them to govern themselves, and somebody should be referred to. We move according to what our constitutions we have agreed upon. Madam Speaker, the procedural matter I am raising, the procedural matter I'm raising, it is found in those two grounds, Article 79 and then our rules 73. We have been moving. Is it really procedural now for somebody to come here and start dragging us on the debate of iron seats? And yet we are patiently waiting for that time to be put off and we debate it out. We are aware of our code of conducts in this house, the integrity, we are aware about it, the corruptions, whatever thing, we are not even pleased about it. Is it right for us to go back in that debate or move forward? I thank you.
Lob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as a former journalist, For 14 years, I want to join journalists in celebrating World Press Freedom Day, a very important day on which we remind government to protect the rights of journalists as they operate. Sadly, though, many times they face a lot of brutality from the state, which should be protecting them as they do their work. Our hope is that we can get commitment from government on this particular issue, but also to call upon the employers of these journalists, because as the state brutalizes them, their employers in one way or another ill-treat some of them, poor pay and all of these issues that need to be addressed. So hopefully this day is a good reminder to all the stakeholders to treat journalists with respect and to empower them as they execute their mandate. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of sanctions. In your communication, Right Honorable Speaker, you said you are not bothered and you don't care about these sanctions. In fact, you mentioned that the only visa you are concerned about is the visa to Bukedia. And so you don't care about the visas to the US and to the UK and so on. I'm now surprised why then you seem very bothered, because if you say you only care about a visa to Bukedia, why do you seem very bothered and angry about this issue? I think it should not bother you, right?
I am not bothered at all. I am talking for 48 million Ugandans outside there.
That's all right.
And I am representing, I'm sitting on this seat for the 48 million Ugandans there. And secondly, I don't get handouts from those countries. There is an order.
I don't know why someone wants to put the speaker on order. Right Honorable Speaker, no one has said you get handouts from these countries.
Order.
We are talking about...
Order, Madam Speaker. Order.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are talking about the sanctions, which indicated corruption, Mabati theft, and all of these different things. That which you're saying is a different matter. I don't know if somebody is accusing you of getting handouts from these countries. That has not come up, and that's not the issue. For me, my concern is, if you're saying you're only bothered about a visa to Bukedia, then you shouldn't be consumed by this issue, right, Honorable Speaker? You shouldn't be, because you also seem to be rallying us to join you in being angry over this matter. Because your concern is Bukedia, right, Honorable Speaker?
Leader of opposition.
But finally, right, Honorable Speaker, I want to implore government.
Switch on.
Thank you. I want to implore government, right, Honorable Speaker. Government, do not wait for foreign countries to sanction individuals, whether it be involved in Mabati theft, in corruption, and so on. Take action. Why do you wait for that? And then you begin to complain. When you're going to beg for aid, you don't complain. When they say now that we give you aid, that aid...
There is an order from Ogwang.
He's asking for clarification. I'll get it shortly.
Honorable member.
Government, take action against corruption.
Leader of opposition. Leader of opposition. Leader of opposition. Okay.
First of all, I would like to thank the leader of opposition for the submission he's making, Right Honorable Speaker. The clarification I want to seek from LOP is that for purpose of the Speaker, is there any record by any competent court of law in Uganda that has been involved in any corruption matter? Number two, is there, as far as we are all aware, that they took former colleagues who are our colleague members of parliament that before courts of law? Have the case been adjudicated and confirmed that they are guilty? So if we are talking about the rule of law, was it in order for that respectable country to impose sanctions on such individuals?
And Honorable Member, Okirori has something to say.
Honorable, he sought clarification from me in a minute.
No, give a name, I'm the speaker.
Okay, I can take that.
Most obliged. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we are, LOP maybe perhaps should be concentrating on more important things. I want to, this is my,
just
That means, right, Honorable Speaker, you're concentrating on non-issues according to Honorable
I am
Kirol.
raising my point of order. I'm on a point
Yes.
of order.
You're the one who raised
I'm
the
a
issue,
point
right,
of, I'm
Honorable
on a
Speaker?
point of order.
What Lope is talking
He is
about,
saying you're discussing non-issues, right, Honorable Speaker. I don't know if
What?
it's in order.
what Lope is talking is important. He's talking about something important. But what I am also telling Lope, that Lope, don't even deceive yourself. That I am hurt. Me, the Anita I know. Me, to be hurt over those sanctions. Forget.
That's okay, right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Peter Ogwang was seeking clarification from me regarding rule of law. I'll educate you a little bit because I'm a lawyer. Article 28(3)(a) of our country's constitution talks about presumption of innocence. That's our constitution. Now, the way sanctions operate, and I don't know whether we should be discussing sanctions issued by a country which has the prerogative to issue their own sanctions. Sanctions are
There's
not
a
subject.
procedural matter.
I was
Nathan,
clarifying, sanctions are not subject of your local
There
jurisprudence
is a
here.
procedural matter.
It's a diplomatic tool,
There's a
which
there's a procedural matter. Nathan, we have not started.
Right, Honorable Speaker. We have spent about an hour.
Give us 1 hour.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in one of your statements, you guided that the Minister of Foreign Affairs should come with a comprehensive statement. On a matter like this, the first expectation in diplomacy would be the ministry to summon the ambassador of the UK position of government of Uganda on this matter, and then be able to report to Parliament so that we can have a debate. Is it procedurally right for us to continue discussing this matter when actually we have not heard comprehensively on the steps that government has taken to engage the other country? Are we proceeding right, Honorable Speaker?
Honorable members, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, we will expect a comprehensive response on the action that you've taken on this. And I don't want anybody to think I am bothered of whatever is happening, but I am doing this for anything on me touches everybody in this house. I am the leader of this house. So when I say, some of you have property like, I have not said search. I have not said stop putting search in my mouth. I have not said. I'm saying some people have. You leave search. I am saying there are people who get their earnings, who sustain their livings in Uganda, who do accountability, using people's names, using the names of their knitters so that they account for we are doing work in the country. But that said and done, I want a comprehensive report from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I want actions that you've taken. Honorable Obua, Government Chief Whip, I had talked about the fisheries. About the fisheries. No, I have already ruled. Check the rules. I've already ruled. No, I have already ruled. Honorable, can I hear about the fisheries? Somebody who was killed, people who are being killed in the fisheries areas. Somebody was killed in Ingo, another one was killed Fortunate. You have something, you have to say something on fisheries. Joan, let him first give us a government.
Except, Right Honorable Speaker, you had indicated that we are going to discuss about the awards, the service awards, and you said, yes, we are going to discuss it.
We'll do it.
And I had thought, probably can we use this opportunity to know so that we prepare ourselves over the same? Yes, because in a way, it shows that we are now committed fighting corruption.
There's a procedure matter here.
Yes, because in your chair, you had guided that you are going to give a day. You are here.
Sechi.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
Sechi. Even when you know you have all the favors from me as a friend to speak anytime, when a government chief whip is standing to handle something that is concerning so many people, give him space. I know you have that favor from a friend. That is a problem. Yes, the issue of fisheries.
Right Honorable Speaker, on a lighter note, Honorable Sechi knows that the government chief whip is a German-trained commando. So next time, please. Right Honorable Speaker, on a lighter note, that was on a lighter note. Right Honorable Speaker.
And when you touch the government chief whip, Oduro will act on this side, Okwiri will bring.
I don't want to inform him of the other
soldiers.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I have equally seen.
Nathan, we have not started on the taxes. We are talking about you don't have a leg. No. Chairman of BCU. Taxes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have equally seen on social media, including in Amolata district, where one resident was reportedly shot dead by a member of the Fisheries Protection Unit, among others. May I request, Right Honorable Speaker, that you give the Minister in charge of Fisheries an opportunity to come and present a comprehensive statement covering all the fishing communities and what is transpiring within the country generally, but also with specific regard to the incidences that we have read and seen in the media. May I request for that time for the minister to come and brief the House?
As the minister comes, Joan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the military in the lakes, the military on the lakes are no longer want people to fish and trade silver fish. Right Honorable Speaker, in March this year, in Lamb landing site in Masaka district, military police confiscated fishing gears and silver fish from fishing community. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm requesting the minister in charge of fisheries to address this House on this ban and also inform us the plans government has for the people affected because of these bans. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Government Chief Whip, I can see you trying to practice. Government Chief Whip, you're hearing so many people have issues Still Masaka.
Right Honorable Speaker, not only in Masaka, the entire nation is suffering from these issues of fisheries and the ministry and the military. I've had colleagues from Toroko. There are serious issues there. We passed the law, we enacted the law here that removes the military from the waters in terms of protecting the fishery. We want to hear from the minister, Madam Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker. Has this law come to effect? Because we continue to see the military everywhere, and it has affected our people, their livelihood. They have been banned from the lakes. Their fishing gear has been banned. We are losing lives. Right Honorable Speaker, it is important information.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The information I want to give to my colleague is that it is not only massacre, but if you went even where the Minister of Fisheries has come from, it is still affected. Serere. Thank you.
And this one I was talking about was in Buyende. Yes. Honorable members, let's get a statement from the minister as guided by the government chief whip. We want the report in the next sitting, because the people who are being killed deserve to live. Because they can take away the fish and leave the person. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable
Could
Speaker.
I
Right Honorable Speaker
humbly request through your chair that there could be members with issues that are very specific.
Right Honorable Speaker, you gave me to speak and the
Honorable members, can we have all the people whose areas are affected bring the complaints in writing? All. And then we'll handle one by one and case by case. So let's have that and let it be filed in a government chief's whip's office and give me a copy.
Madam Speaker, you had given me opportunity to on a procedural matter. Right Honorable, you communicated, you yourself, that we may break off. You also communicated that it's a matter of death. We have a full day. These ministers are there in this country. And we create time, because this is a matter of death, Right Honorable Speaker. Within today, that minister comes, gives us either a notice about this is a matter of death, Right Honorable Speaker. The minister can come, and there are several ministers within the ministry who can at least instruct UPDF or the military that is said to stop at least in the immediate term so that Ugandans are saved on the lakes. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, government.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you because what you guided on is what I wanted to bring to the House. I have requested for time, honorable colleagues, because these incidences are not isolated to only one area. And the fact that we are raising from different areas, that implies the minister also needs time to interrogate such that she can be able to respond to specific incidences in specific areas. So in the interest of that, or having that in mind, I would still think that, Right Honorable Speaker, the way you have guided the honorable colleagues with specific incidences in their respective areas would report, such that the minister can investigate, respond to them, but also generally respond to issues surrounding the law that was passed by this parliament. Thank you.
Honorable members, let's get a report. So, let's get a report. Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, those with the big water bodies are talking about silverfish. But even us with the small swamps in our districts, those swamps have been a livelihood for us. And I see when people go planting rice, the rice is cut down. So what about other areas where the Chinese and so-called investors have gone to plant rice, even in the wetlands? Because for us now, that rice keeps the fish, and we keep picking those small pieces of fish in the water, but we also want the rice. We want to know, what are we going to do, some of us who are surrounded by swamps?
Now, I used to know that there was no border, smuggling border in our area, in Amuria. The way Susan has smuggled in the now that is on the what? On the wetlands. That one, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You made a ruling and I want to seek clarification. I've just got to learn that Honorable
Susan,
you I know she made the reference to those with big water bodies and Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to make a request. You have ruled that people that have concerns relating to fishing should
put it down and
put it in writing. And the others have brought up issues of rice. Other areas, we have issues of disappearing forests. There are so many environmental issues. I would humbly pray that instead of limiting ourselves to fish, you
Yes.
allocate time for us to discuss environmental matters.
Yes, and let me tell you, honorable members, you'll find a prime minister takes hard time to get responses from each and every ministry on the questions that are put. But when you raise it here, you may not get all what you need. So let's put it down in writing and we'll respond one by one and what action has been taken. Members in the public gallery, this morning we have a delegation of the executive of Bugiri municipality led by the mayor, Kisubi Ayub. You're welcome. And they are represented by Honorable Taka Agnes and Honorable Asumani Basalirwa. Basalirwa. You first greet them. You first. You're most welcome. You have a very good member of parliament. Very good member. If it was even possible to come and opposed. Honorable members, you'll allow me to evoke my powers and Rule 25 on the order paper, and we get sports, and it will be moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure by the minister to establish the National Institute for Teacher Education. And while we are doing all this, if we finish the tax bills today, the next sitting will be from your villages. We refer it, and then we ratify on the day when we are sitting. So, Honorable Minister, you have something, so, hey, on the same?
No, slightly something else. Right, Honorable Speaker. My procedural matter related to the statement that you had required from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I just wanted to beg your indulgence that there are a number of other Ugandans that have been sanctioned from different countries. If that statement could be comprehensive enough, not only on the three, all the lists of government officials, the reasons and the sanctioning authorities, so that when it comes, we don't then go backwards on the same. I thought that if it comes on the floor, then the ministry will take it more seriously.
Thank you. So you've heard, and the credibility also of the people who are doing it. When I say that, I know what I'm saying. Goretti. By the time I say that, if you're a lesbian, I will tell you you're a lesbian. If you're a homosexual, I will tell you you're homosexual. So if you're sanctioning, first check yourself. Christine has a tree for us. A Nemo tree.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Dear members, today we are commemorating the fight against malaria, and the national celebrations are in Chibuku. And right, Honorable Speaker, allow me thank you for allowing us to come with this tree seedling to demonstrate to the members, but as well to share with the members some of the tree seedlings. Like earlier mentioned, the neem tree is a repellent to mosquitoes. Just plant at least 2 in your compound, and mosquitoes will greatly reduce in numbers, or if not, completely leave your compound.
Thank you.
And right, Honorable Speaker, the tree may take 1.5 to 2 years, but right, Honorable Speaker, I request that the malaria supplies in our hospitals need to be thought of. It is really very ashaming that whoever has a malaria patient is requesting for support from the members of parliament. At least in the meantime, let's try to ensure that the supplies of the malaria drugs are in our hospitals. Thank you for the opportunity, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Haji.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker, the other day, you were talking about the issue of the floods. And the minister said he would be coming here with a statement. I am not seeing the minister here. Maybe the government chief whip will do that because we had raised it as a matter of urgency. But more importantly, right, Honorable Speaker, you have given us, this parliament did appropriate, we have received the money, the 1 billion for the districts and municipalities. And Vijiri equally received. I want to confirm, right, Honorable Speaker, we received the 1 billion. But now there is information from the ministry that that money is specifically for Maram roads and has nothing to do with tarmac. Yes,
And so some municipalities were prepared to use that money actually to do tarmacking. 1 billion, yes. And so, Right Honourable Speaker, we wanted to get clarification from government on specifically the modus operandi in as far as that 1 billion is concerned, especially where a road committee sits and takes a decision, Right Honourable Speaker.
Government.
Right Honorable Speaker, the money in question is called the Road Maintenance Fund. We changed the name from road rehabilitation to road maintenance. I want to believe because the money is going to districts, cities, and municipalities. Maintenance, in my humble opinion, is not only limited to Maram. That is my literal interpretation. So the roads committees of the different districts, cities, and municipalities will take a decision, but the fund is road maintenance fund. As long as you are maintaining any road within your district, city, or municipality. That is my literal
And
interpretation.
if you're in the municipality or city where you get a pothole, you have to maintain it. And that is the money, and that is the Honorable Nseroko's area.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And that is where I want to rally honorable colleagues. The good thing that the issue of infrastructure is so bipartisan and cross-cutting. The only funds where a line is drawn between legislative role and executive role and a merger is created whereby you legislate and appropriate the funds and you also take part, have full participation in decision-making of those funds is the road fund. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, the strengthening of that fund is one of the cardinal duties we have to do here if we are to see a revolution in our infrastructure, both here and in our constituencies. Because at least we take part in effecting these decisions because we constitute part of the district and municipality road funds, even the constituencies. Therefore, honorable colleagues, as we draw closer towards the appropriation, and as we draw closer towards the tax bills, I would request that we exchange ideas in enhancing the money that should be ring-fenced directly towards the road fund. I know our colleagues from the government have another argument because they want to pull all the money in one basket. And that is why you see that people do not realize their taxes appropriately because they say, when we are paying this at the fuel station, we are told there is a levy that is charged from us. But on return, we do not actually see it reflective. And I would like to thank the Right Honorable Speaker that until she put her foot down on this house is when that 1 billion was released. Otherwise, people are sick and tired of carrying the burden of paying taxes and pulling it into one basket without it not being reflected in the form of returns on what they invest in this government. Therefore, I would like us to carry on a serious debate between ourselves and the Honorable Minister who still thinks that people should pay their taxes and be pulled into a single basket without being reflected in form of infrastructure. We want that debate whether the people from your constituency and in this country believe that they should pay for a fuel levy and not see it in return in their constituency.
So you are preempting the fuel debate.
I would very much be comfortable with that.
Okay. Honorable members, that money is for road maintenance, and if you are living in a city like born cities like Asomani, They should use their money to maintain their tarmac. Let them use the money on their tarmac. For us, village constituencies, we shall use it on our maram, and that is that. The money is yours. There's no discussion for that. The road fund committee is there. Next item.
Motion for resolution of Parliament.
Procedure from Honorable Atkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My procedural issue goes to the government chief whip. First of all, I want to thank the chief whip for being responsive to members' demands. Madam Speaker, my pigeonhole is literally full of the chief whip's communication and response to what I put or submit in this very parliament. Madam Speaker, my only challenge is that despite his multiple responses to my submissions, no action has been taken by the relevant ministries. And Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, I'll have to assemble these submissions that are made on this parliament, on the floor of this parliament. Number one is about the closed TTC, Barrett Teachers College in my community. We have no other teaching institution in Kasese except the one that was closed by government. You directed the minister to come and give a response. That has never been done. Number two.
Honorable Atkins, now that is the paper that I was calling for. Just cool down.
Now, Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
That is the document coming next.
Appreciate it, Madam Speaker. Now, can I have just this cocktail put together before the chief whip for his ease of follow up? Another thing is clean, safe drinking water. Madam Speaker, your in-laws from Kasese continue to draw drinking water from dirty sources. Another one is the closed border. Mr. Chief Whip, all borders in Uganda are open except the Kasese border. The Kasese airport, the public university that was promised by the president to the people of Kasese.
Honorable.
The mortality rates. Another one, Madam Speaker, very finally, Madam Speaker, very finally, this parliament, excuse me.
Honorable Atkins, we have got your issues.
This last one, Madam Speaker, with the due respect.
Honorable Atkins, we've got your issues. Where you feel some of them need to be addressed, you can write to me and I write to the ministry on how we can address them. Honorable Guang.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll put them, all of them together and submit them.
Motion for resolution of Parliament to establish the Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to establish the Uganda National Institute for Teachers Education under the university and other tertiary institutions Act
Honorable Minister.
2001.
Relax. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I hope you're not picking something from PAP.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not raising on a procedure for PAP interest, but I'm raising on a point of procedure for the Republic of Uganda interest. Right Honorable Speaker, we're experiencing a coffee boom currently. I am a coffee farmer and prices have skyrocketed.
How did that come in?
Madam Speaker, I'm raising on a procedural matter.
No.
Madam Speaker, I'm raising on a procedural matter.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural matter I'm raising, you have consistently reminded the ministry to pay the coffee nursery operators in this country, but they have not been paid up to now. The government, at the time when, currently because of the coffee boom, the farmers are running to get coffee. They have nowhere to get it from because there are no operating nurseries in this country. Right, Honorable Speaker, having noticed, we don't know when the boom is going to end, but every other day, the prices are going up. The nursery operators, the business is down. I wanted to know whether government is taking interest in what is going on to find a way to pay the nursery operators so that they can run it back to business
Information.
and see whether...
Information.
Please.
Honorable
you so
Vice
much.
Chair, you don't switch on before you're allowed to speak, but at the same time, we are on tax laws today. That's why you need to support government to get money for that for those people to be paid, and you must make sure that it is in the budget. Government, we need these people paid. Remember what we said? We have so many traders outside there who do not have money to continue doing business because government is holding on their money. So you must take that as a serious matter. Go on the microphone and commit. We had that discussion yesterday.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the good news is we are in the budgeting period and the budget will come here and subject to availability of funds appropriated, we will meet all the obligations on the side of government. Thank you.
Honorable Gwang, that will be handled, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to establish the Uganda National Institute for Higher Education under the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act 2001. Madam Speaker, I move under Rule 82A, one of the Universities and Other Tertiary Institution Act 2001, Act 7 of 2001, and Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure 2021. Whereas Section 82(1) of the Universities and Other Tertiary Institution Act 2001 empowers the Minister responsible for education by statutory instrument on the recommendation of the National Council for Higher Education and by resolution of Parliament to establish an other degree awarding institution as a public institution. And whereas Section 24, 25, 82C and Schedule 2 requires the Minister to include in the statutory instrument the objects, function, and location of the other degree awarding institutions respectively. And whereas the National Council for Higher Education on 1st September 2023 recommended that the Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education be established as a public other degree awarding institution. Whereas Objective 18(2) of the Constitution provides the state shall take appropriate measures to afford every citizen equal opportunity to attain the highest education standard possible. And whereas Article 30 of the Constitution provides that all persons have a right to education, and whereas the Minister responsible for education caused to be prepared the universities and other tertiary institutions establishment of the Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education, Instrument 2023. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Parliament that the Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education be established with the following objects, function, and location as set out in the University and Other Tertiary Institutions Act. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Seconded by Finance, Minister of Finance, Chair of Finance, Government Chief Whip, Frank, Solo, Edakasi, Okiror, Alexi, Achan, Maggie, Olanya, Ricky, Okwiri, Katenya, Alayo, Olympian, Obua, not Olympian, it's called Obua. Achon Obua. then Aru, Agriculture, Gweri, Workers, Mbale, Zavia, Okot, Goli. Thank you. Sylvia, yes. Yes, speak to it. Procedure.
Madam Speaker, you allow me, as I raise this point of procedure, ask the Honorable Ogwang Ita and others to take Parliament serious. The motion that the Honorable Ogwang is moving is a very serious motion, Madam Speaker, that should not even have come as a way that he's bringing it. A motion that he comes here and pleads with you that although it's not even on order paper, please help us using your power and put it there. This is a very serious motion. So the procedure issue I'm raising, Madam Speaker, is whether you should not guide the Honorable Gwang to lay this motion and he's sent to the Committee on Education. And then he's brought back after processing. And we debate it if it is a policy shift, policy change, without having to rush it the way the Honorable Gwang wants this Parliament to do. That's the procedural issue, Madam Speaker.
Let's first get the justification of why it's bringing the motion. We first understand it. Then we will make a decision from there.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in line with them, first of all, I would like to thank members for the support you've accorded to this very important motion. Number two, I want to address myself to the objects of the motion. The objects of the motion is to provide a niche-based pre-service and in-service teacher education programs for all levels of education. Second thing is, Madam Speaker, is to provide education training and development programs for career development of our teachers in their pathway. The other one is to collaborate with the regulator responsible for teacher education, training, development in implementing continuous professional development programs for teachers, education administrators, and inspectors of school. To provide professional guidance and technical advice to the ministry responsible for education on the development of the teaching profession in Uganda. To collaborate with other institutions and development partners for purpose of teacher education, training, and development, and to promote research, innovation, transformative education through vocationalization of teaching and community engagement in the educational practice. Madam Speaker, these are the main objectives as to why I have come here to seek for your indulgence as Parliament to allow us move this motion. I thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, procedure matter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think considering what the minister just presented, this is a very, very serious motion. And you know, in the sector of education, which we have had a lot of changes of recent. We do not need to take it very lightly the way he has been presenting. So I want to concur with my colleague that this motion be referred to the Education Committee for serious examination and consultation. So that when it's brought here, we are able to discuss. We are discussing something about education of the country, which is not a simple matter. So I want to, with your guidance, Madam Speaker, would be, wise to advise the move of the motion to refer this motion to the Committee of Education for serious consideration. Thank you very much.
I want to refer you to the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act, Section 82A. 82A1. Establishment of other degree awarding institutions. The minister may, by a statutory instrument, on the recommendation of the National Council and by resolution of Parliament, establish any other degree awarding institution as a public tertiary institution. The National Council shall, within 30 days of the publication of the statutory instrument in the Gazette, register other degree awarding institutions established under this subsection 1. So Honorable Guang is moving under that, under section 82A1, where there should be a statutory instrument which is attached. The statutory instrument is attached and it was gazetted. Odul?
Madam Speaker, you're asking Odul who is not interested.
No.
See,
Yes.
my procedure and the request, and I have no problem with the proposals. I am only asking you, Madam Speaker, as the head of this institution, to have this matter processed in the way we processed the other matter, because he is asking us to make a resolution. First, usually matters like this, they will write to you, and that particular motion is on the order paper. This one has come as a way of amendment. We need to internalize and reflect on what he's proposing. I don't want to liquidate tomorrow. I don't know why the minister behaves as if there's something that is chasing him. So can this matter, Madam Speaker, and I seek for your indulgence, be referred to the committee? It is processed and brought back. The roof will not come down.
Madam Speaker, maybe let me beg the indulgence of colleagues. First of all, I want to implore you, honorable colleagues, that this motion is time-bound because Madam Speaker, can I be protected? Madam Speaker, on the issues which have been raised, I want to confirm that the entire teacher profession was consulted on as far as this specific formation or formulation of the teacher university is concerned. Number two, in line with that,
Madam Speaker, the minister is actually making the situation worse. That for them, they consulted. But having consulted, he doesn't want Parliament even to spend one day consulting. He says, for you pass very quickly, this is time bound. Having gone through a consultative process, is in order, Madam Speaker, to say that Parliament must not consult, yet they have brought a motion as a result of a consultation that this Parliament must be treated like that. For you pass without consultation, for them they consulted. Is in order?
Depending on what was consulted. Can we first hear from AJ? You want to speak before the AJ? Yeah. AJ, let him first speak before you speak.
Madam Speaker.
Don't go far.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think such a motion requires the input of the Committee of Education. And secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, we have been handling the process of rationalization in this House, where we were saying some institutions, though were created, they may not be very relevant. We are living in a country, Right Honorable Speaker, where all universities are training teachers. We are living in a country, Right Honorable Speaker, where teacher education institutions have been erased, the TTCs. We are living in a situation in a country, Right Honorable Speaker, where NTCs are weakened. Yet those NTCs would have been better in training institutions because they are regionally best. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, we are here with a minister who wants us to process a motion coming as though I think he wants to say at one point in time, it is Parliament that passed it. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we will lose nothing if this motion that he has presented here goes to the Committee of Education so that there is a report and the Committee of Education pronounces itself because it will consult the other stakeholders. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in our Constitution, Article 90, Parliament forms committees to assist them doing work. And that's a constitutional matter. And Madam Speaker, on Tuesday when we were leaving, the issue which was outstanding, which we should start at 10, was tax what? Bills. It wasn't saying that there was something urgent which was missing. And Madam Speaker, I don't want people to use your office.
Actually, I know they are wasting your time.
No, it doesn't matter, Madam Speaker, this one, I don't want them to use your office. I know Honorable Gwang is my Amuran, but Madam Speaker, it is very dangerous. On a Friday, we have come for another issue. Something is quickly smuggled in so that it is passed immediately. And this is very dangerous for our institution. And this Parliament belongs to all of us. And Madam Speaker, I would want to beg you, despite the fact Honorable Gwang is my own, that he allows to take time, send this, since he has presented it, let it go to the committee, they process the processes, and we all follow it. Because those who never had an opportunity to engage in the public, as he said, will have an opportunity to go to the committee. It is very dangerous. This Parliament, as it's seated now, to do what it wants to do, it will be not good for us. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Jonathan?
Right Honorable Speaker.
You are Jonah, not Jonathan.
The minister just informed Parliament that they carried consultation and they have a report. Madam Speaker, I would request that the minister shares with us the report as Parliament before we hurry into this motion. Have you carried the due diligence, and as who? Therefore, kindly, Right Honorable Speaker, let the minister share with us the report as a Parliament before we hurry, because we are not going to gamble with the future of education of our country, where you just walk from any door and you want this change here. Kindly share with us the report before we make our position.
Honorable members, you gave powers to the minister. And you said the minister shall have a statutory instruments and this should be brought in forth within 30 days. And it should be supported by a resolution of Parliament. And the statutory instrument, you did not lay on table. Go and lay on table.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table the statutory instrument as required by law. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay. Madam Speaker, I will also beg to lay Schedule 1, which talks about the location and the land size of the institute as a requirement of the law. I beg to lay. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table Schedule 2, which talks about the vision and the mission of the institute, which is a requirement of the law. I beg to lay. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay Schedule 3 of the modified provision of the act applicable to the institute. I beg to lay. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Can I hear from AG? AG.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The concern of Semuju and the other members is that this matter should not outrightly be heard by the Committee of the Whole House, and that it should be taken to the Committee of Education. The Committee of the Whole House is Parliament, the House. That's what I mean. Now, Right Honourable Speaker, they are backing their reasoning with the claim that there was no notice. But they also know that the Speaker is the custodian of the rules, and that the requirement for notice can be suspended. It does no harm for this House, Right Honourable Speaker, to consider the motion as presented by Honourable Peter Ogwang, other than taking it to the committee. So my submission is, it breaks no rule and would be within our rights as the House to consider this motion as presented, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Xavier. Xavier Akelo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm among those who have actually supported the minister's motion. However, issues of education should not be handled haphazardly. Right Honourable Speaker,
There is an
Right Honourable
order.
Speaker, at one time,
There's an order.
I think, Madam Speaker, MPs need to take Parliament serious. So they bring a motion, you rush into seconding, and now you're saying, you're now saying, I am one of, however.
People.
Is he in order to support something he doesn't know and seconding?
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Xavier is very right. He's supporting he's supporting it, but he has issues that he needs to raise. But is this the first motion that you're bringing here and is being passed? Is this the first motion? The other day we brought a motion for Auditor General. Did you refer it to the committee? No, you first wait, say Ibrahim. I know you are not going to have your own. So, Honorable Okirod. Xavier.
thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
But as
for
they
your
said,
wise
it is
ruling.
time bound. And you're acting under a law which is existent, which says you must have a gazette and within 30 days, there should be an approval. The gazette is there. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. On this matter, I will submit as an educationist. and issues of education should not be handled haphazardly. I want to appreciate that the minister took time and consulted those other stakeholders. Like you took time, I think we also need to take time as parliament through the committee and then at plenary. I want to recall that one time we had Institute of Teacher Education, Chambogo. So we need to know why was it removed and why are we creating a similar institute? And all these can be analyzed through the committee and then finally brought to the House. And because of that, I think it is prudent that the matter be referred to the committee, so that finally we get the findings of the committee and we shall base on that to make a resolution as parliament. I want to submit, Right Honourable Speaker.
And he was rushing. He was harassing him for nothing.
We don't even have it now.
Let me hear from government first. Let me hear from government.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to start from the point raised by the Attorney General that what we are doing does not offend any provision of our rules, but I want to add that what we are doing, we are complying with the law as was passed by this parliament. I am saying this because we established as a parliament under the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act, the Uganda National Institute for Teachers Education. And in that law, we empowered the minister to effect that under statutory instrument, which has been laid on the floor. In addition to the statutory instrument, it requires a resolution of parliament. And in the law is very, very specific on the requirements as laid in Schedule 1, Schedule 2, and Schedule 3 by the minister. So what we are doing in a nutshell is to operationalize the provision of the law, first of all. But secondly, we are also giving an opportunity to UNITE, because UNITE, honorable colleagues, is set to advertise programs for the pioneer intake for academic year 2024-2025. So, Honorable Speaker, in my humble opinion, our hands, honorable colleagues, because the resolution is a resolution of parliament, is tied by the law. And the law is interpreted as it is, not as it ought to be, not as we wish it to be. The law as read by you, section 82, is very, very clear, Right Honorable Speaker. In the circumstances, I beg to persuade the House that let's comply with the law as it is. I beg to
Honorable
submit.
members, National Theatre is just next. I have given everybody who wants to talk, and do it in a decent way. In a decent way. So when you start doing like that, please. There is a procedural matter.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Why are you laughing at me, Jonah?
Madam Speaker,
Oh.
I think for all the intentions, good as it is by the minister, he has not done himself justice. First of all, he approached you and said that there was something very urgent, and you exercised your prerogative and said, yes, it is urgent, you bring it. And the minister has not addressed this house on the urgency itself. I think that's why you see a number of members are rising up. I know the government chief whip has attempted to justify it by saying there is an advert going to come, but that's not enough.
And the budget.
Yes. The second point is that when the matter is not sent to the committee and the intention is that this house handles it, then all information that the committee should have received must be brought to this house. For example, the minister would have taken us through all the documents and says the land is located here, because that is what the committee was going to inquire. So that at least you may, I am not saying the house, but at least you give the house a benefit to see whether we can actually approve. So the procedural matter I wanted to raise is that if it pleases you, this minister be given time to make a proper justification, including even going through the documents he has laid here. He's talking about the acreage of land is here. This is so that at the end, the house may actually proceed and say, we can entertain it, since now we have all the information provided.
Yes.
So
Obua and Jonah. What Honorable Jonah says, like now when you look at Schedule 1, you look at location and land size of the institute, and the institute here you have Kavale located at the land comprised in that the size. You have Kaliro located at that place. You have Mubende. You have Muni. You have Unyama, and basically those kind of things. And the issue of why the agency, the budgetary aspect, the advertisement, and if you don't have the documents, I can give you mine and you read from mine.
I thank you so
Now,
much.
let's first answer one thing at a go.
Madam
Honorable members, Ibrahim, like you are the one who asked about that issue. And we are saying we are answering what you asked for. No, I've not read everything. Why are you talking about Kasese? I have not read for you everything. Huh?
Madam Speaker, first of all, I would like to implore members to say the following in line with the motion I moved here earlier on. First of all, I did give a justification in line with our rules of procedure. Number two, I want to address myself to the motion in terms of the functions of the institute.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, one of the members who seconded this motion has withdrawn.
Which one?
The Honorable Chom. He has withdrawn. And he gave reasons, very serious reasons.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, as Honorable Nathan said, we have issues to handle. And we are running out of time. Huh? And I am telling you, we are acting within the law. The law says a minister shall, not may. The minister shall, and it will be, and there will be a motion by a resolution by motion of parliament. And this is a resolution that has been brought. Why are you disturbing the young man? Huh? Okay, Samuel. I mean, okay, council.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think, honorable colleagues, I want to appreciate the concerns that we have. What we have before us is an act of parliament. We have raised arguments of rationalization. Some of this, why are we rationalizing? Why are we doing this? This is not one such legislation that is a subject of rationalization. So we have an act of parliament that in section 82A, is 82A, yes, 1 and 2, is quite so elaborate. There are 3 conditionalities that should be met. 1, statutory instrument. 2, the recommendation. 3, the resolution of parliament. Now the 2 have been satisfied. There's a statutory instrument, there's a recommendation from the council. Now what is left is for us to have this resolution. Now, if you read 82A and you go to 2, that's where my brother Peter gets in a bit of, already there's a time in the Gazette which is running. There are budgetary issues. Maybe what the minister ought to inform the House with certainty and clarity is that how much time do we have? Because that's the time bound that the minister is talking about. After gazetting, how much time do we have? Can we be able to consider that? The arguments we are raising should entirely be to say, are we moving within the confines of the law? If the motion has been brought and it's in consonant with the rules of procedure of parliament, I find no illegality in the motion. There's no illegality.
Honorable members, when what council has said is exactly what the law requires of the ministry. I put a question that the motion for a resolution of parliament to establish Uganda National Institute of Teacher Education be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Bill second reading, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister, can you move a motion? Nathan, Honorable Nathan, can you sit here?
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Semuju.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable members, we on VAT. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I know we are now moving to the tax bills.
Honorable members, free sitting.
Not in the room.
Honorable members, free sitting.
Madam Speaker, even free seating requires that Madam, you call for the suspension of a particular rule that establishes sides in this parliament. And then another rule,
and I thought Oduro
MPs are stopped from walking around like they are herding cattle.
I thought Nathan, Jonathan was raising something.
This particular minister, junior minister of education, he jumped from his chair. He almost knocked me here.
I don't know what he wants from our side. Is he in order?
You know why I like at times I like this young man of Jonah, the neighbor. He talks very serious issues. It does not involve in those.
Right. Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And you have rightly observed, I raise serious matters. Now, the serious matter I want to raise is that now we are going to process the tax bills. And I'm going to be here, and I know many colleagues will be here. But reading from the previous item we have handled, I wanted an assurance from you, Madam Speaker, that you are going to give us time. And when you put the question will be a vote by this House and not the vote by the presiding officer. So that is the big motivation that makes me sit in this House.
This one was by the House.
And it's a very, no, I also sit in the House and I know the agency, but at that time,
but
we want
Jonathan,
details. Now, when we come to
Jonathan, I want to tell you one thing. It is not our interest to hurt Ugandans, especially when it comes on taxation. And that's why the other time we're telling the minister, and I'm happy the minister we have is a minister who is a member of parliament. We have so many people looking at us outside there. When you start taxing my people who use kerosene, when you have failed to take electricity in my village, then will I come back? So maybe I'm more concerned than you are, because my people don't have electricity in my village. They cannot even afford the solars. So issues, these ones, even if we are going to handle one today, one the next day, we'll do it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. That is the assurance that I really wanted, so that when we vote on a particular clause of these tax bills, the vote actually reflects the debate in Parliament, the spirit in Parliament, and what the members of Parliament. And if I may plead, in this case, Madam Speaker, I wanted to persuade you
Let me tell you
that we can even vote by other means provided.
Let me tell you,
our rules of procedure.
Let me tell you, even when when people wanted to smuggle in more taxes here, the minister refused. The minister says we shall not make people suffer. Let the minister first move a motion, and we reach that level. Minister, you move a motion.
The last one, before we go on the tax bills, one of the proposals, which is the increase in the price of fuel, before the minister could address us, when the bill was laid here, all the pump prices at the fuel stations went by 300 shillings before even Parliament has approved. Would the government first address us on that matter? That even before the Parliament has already pronounced itself, the pump prices are already up by 300 or 400. Have they started?
Are we proceeding right? Well, the honorable member wants speed.
I am on procedure.
It's on procedure. Honorable Minister will address the House. He says that there is he also asks on procedure.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, can we cross when we get there?
No, but he's raising something.
No, but he's anticipating.
But that is outside. We did not pronounce ourselves as Parliament on those taxes. Now, those who are called culpable should be brought to book.
I thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I think Parliament had not envisaged a situation where me as a member of Parliament, I would debate with the Speaker. The questions I ask is for the executive. I just implore you to pass it to them. Let them answer.
No,
This
what
is
I
not
am
for you.
saying, I'm also telling him
Yeah.
that we did not pronounce ourselves as Parliament. What Honorable Duri is saying, that these people increased the fuel. By how much? You know, they started speculating.
Madam Speaker, we run an open economy where prices are determined by forces of demand and supply. Government has no role in determining pump price.
Yes, Hajat. Then.
Thank you so
but,
much.
But that is not good. That is not good.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much.
You know, members, these tax bills is another procedure for us to close those gaps. Once we pronounce ourselves today that we don't want taxes on kerosene, then there is no way we should be able to see somebody charging on kerosene. So the minister, let's finish on this, and our position will be very clear. You cannot increase fuel when we have not passed a bill here.
Speaker, you gave me to raise a procedural matter.
Right, Honorable, I have just one point, and without disrespecting my
Speaker, is it
colleague.
procedure right that I'm pushed off the microphone? Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. With due respect to the senior members of Parliament, the procedural issue I raise is to seek your guidance on how to debate. The previous discussion.
Honourable members, front desk, please listen to.
Yes, I'm seeking your guidance on debate in the House. The matter that we just concluded was concluded only on preliminary discussions because we hadn't gone into the real gist of the matter, whether or not, but we made a conclusion. And on Tuesday, I recall, Right Honorable Speaker, when yes, I'm saying guidance on debate. On Tuesday, when we're discussing on a loan here, there was a debate whether would wait for the committee to bring us a report or not. And that debate carried on. And after that, a question was put on the substantive matter and not on the preliminary discussion. So what is coming up, Right Honorable Speaker, and I seriously seek your guidance, even when Honorable Msas is trying to disturb the chair. Right Honorable Speaker, the guidance I'm speaking from your chair, whether preliminary questions can be enough to determine a matter on the floor. The two previous issues have been, this question was put only after discussion of preliminary question, whether the matter should be sent in a committee or not. And I recall when the Attorney General gave us guidance here, what he said that the import of the matter in the law on loans is to give members of Parliament a say on whether the loan should take place or not. But even before we spoke about it, a question was put. So, Right Honorable Speaker, may I seek guidance from you whether preliminary discussions shall be enough for the chair to put a question to decide on the real matter, or whether members of Parliament will have considered themselves, have pronounced themselves on those particular issues, or even whether on the matter we just concluded, people spoke on whether we needed the institute or not, even whether on the law, we spoke whether we needed the loan or not, because the only debate we had here was the debate on preliminary questions. I beg your guidance.
Can you bring your motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I beg to move a motion.
You know, Jonathan has brought a very serious thing, that we must exhaustively look at all these laws. Give it time. Nathan, we must look at these laws. Let the minister move the law. When we move the law, I know you as one of
About, you see, I'm one of those who deal in fear. And I want us to be careful.
You're still on fear.
Yeah, because it's one of the things Jonathan raised. And it needed to be, they're about to kill my brother Musasizi, that he has already imposed the what? A tax. Madam Speaker, I think when you're looking at taxation.
And we're starting with the fuel.
No.
So let's first go to the law on fuel. Let's first start with that.
No, we're losing the point.
You people, you people, you're debating what has not been presented. No. You're debating.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I remember when we were here discussing the matter of traders, and I would like to borrow Honorable Gwang. I remember having listened to your motion very well. So please lend us your ears now that you're looking for money to operationalize your issue. Honorable members,
Honorable members, the issue, and Honorable Musasizi knows this, the issue of fuel. Because it's not only people who can afford fuel that are going to buy fuel. What about the local person who will board a taxi? Those local people. It increases the cost of goods and services.
Right Honorable Speaker.
You get it, eh?
Right Honorable Speaker, before you preempted it, the issue, I don't know what order you want to bring, but let's just proceed, because I'll also rise up and say order and order continuously. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter of
But you
taxation.
people, you're making this house unruly.
Right Honorable Speaker, on the matter of taxation. Yes,
Mehdi.
You restrained me when she was.
Mehdi, can you
taxation? I want to hold. Yes.
Honorable members. Mehdi, first sit.
You can't.
Mehdi. Which man? What has he done? What has he done?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before you hear from me, you cannot presume what I'm going to say. The government presented the framework papers and the ministerial policy statements. You had chorus by chorus from every minister saying, my department needs more funding. The Honorable Minister of Finance intends to bring sources of raising revenue. All right? Therefore, what Honorable Duru is saying is that for any law that is being presented is to cure something. If we say we are removing this, how do we broaden the tax base? That is the most important thing we are talking about when we are talking about milking of the traders. Yes, I'm telling you, because at the end of the day, we'll walk back to this house when a particular source of people is the one being squeezed if we do not devise solutions from here.
There is Zima. Honorable members, we are debating in anticipation. Can you move? Okay, can I ask a question? Do we need to pass tax bills, yes or no? No. Do we need tax bills?
Madam Speaker.
Now, how do you debate before it is moved? How do you debate before it is moved?
Committee on Finance. All the issues that colleagues are raising are part of the bills.
Exactly now.
I don't know what sort of parliament are we going to be. All the issues on fuel and everything are in the bill. Why don't we allow the minister to move the motions and then we deal with the bills themselves?
Are you clap for Semuju for the first time?
Madam Speaker, when you said, do we need to pass the bills?
No.
Small one, small
No,
one.
no, no, no.
Just listen to.
It is not passing the bill. Nathan says, Honorable Nathan Nandala of Budadiri, chairman of Bugizo Cooperative. Can you move? Nathan just said the young girl is. The law is there. That's what I was asking.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the value added tax amendment bill 2024 be read for the second time. I beg to move.
Seconded. It is seconded by Connie, Susan, Maggie, Koluo, Jane, Agriculture, Nancy, Afande Alayo, Obua, Achon Obua, Katesh, AG, Ogwang, and Amos, Honorable Bahati, Government Chief Whip, and all the NRM sites. Speak to you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The bill is intended to amend the value added tax cap 349 to classify the supply of goods or services by an employer to an employee at no consideration as a taxable supply, to increase the threshold for the offset in case of the overpaid tax from 5 million shillings to 10 million shillings, to amend the first schedule to include the African Reinsurance Corporation, International Regulatory Board of the East African Power Pool, and Islamic Cooperation for Development of the Private Sector as listed institutions. And lastly, to amend the second schedule on exempt supplies for purposes of reinforcing the VAT exemption regime and other related matters. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chair of the committee. Does it have a minority?
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, the bill on value added tax amendment bill 2024 was at the 18th sitting, the third meeting of the third session of the 11th Parliament of Uganda. That meeting held on Thursday, 28th March 2024, presented for the first reading and referred to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development for further scrutiny. And I would like to report that the committee handled the bill and hereby reports. I'd like also to report that this bill has a minority report from one member, the Honorable Semuju Nganda Ibrahim, and I hope he's given an opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues.
No.
I thought yours was on income tax. Chair, if you're saying it, I also attach the minority. Yes. If there are two different ones, there's a minority.
You attach it in the committee.
On clause 10. of the
Yes, I
bill.
beg your pardon. Yes, clause 10. I thought my brother had submitted one, but I later found out. Yes, those two were received by the committee. But I would like to submit, Right Honorable Speaker, the proceedings, information that were given by the entities, people that we interacted with, and the minutes thereof allow me to lay even the original bills the original reports, I beg your pardon. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to go straight to the report of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the bill through consultation with different stakeholders and hereby reports the object of the bill. The object of this bill is to amend the Value Added Tax Act Cap 349, herein referred to as the Act, to expand the definition of the electronic services, to provide for a limit on input on tax to activities related to output tax being accounted for, and to disallow input tax credit to a registered foreign supplier, to provide for the declaration of value-added tax on imported services by large unregistered persons and unregistered government entities, to provide for ZIPRI PTA Reinsurance Company as a listed institution and for related matters. Methodology: the committee held meetings and received memoranda from the following: the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Attorney General, Uganda Revenue Authority, Uganda Law Society, Southern and Eastern African Trade Information and Negotiations Institution, Siatini, Uganda, the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, Uganda Manufacturers Association, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and all the communications were attached in what I've laid, Right Honorable Speaker. Observations and recommendations of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee made the following observations and recommendations based on the minister's proposals and the stakeholders' views. General observations and recommendations. Revenue and certificates of financial implication. Section 76, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 requires a certificate of financial implication of a given bill should be indicated or should indicate the estimate of revenue expenditure over a period of not less than 2 years after coming in effect. The committee noted that the certificate of financial implication issued for the bill was inadequate in as far as detailing the estimates of revenue for each of the next 2 financial years. Generation of tax proposals. While the committee received briefs on the proposed tax amendments in the bill, there were no research reports available to the committee. The committee received briefs, and the briefs do not highlight the cost of implication, the yield in terms of revenue, and the general impact on the economy. The committee also noted with concern, as reported in the Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy Annual Monitoring Plan for 2022-23, that A, majority of the tax laws amendments are not informed by tax-related analytical briefs, and B, weak partnerships between the Tax Policy Department in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and URA, which this undermines evidence-based tax development mechanisms. The committee further notes that the ministry responsible for finance
failed to adhere to the previous recommendations of Parliament while considering bills for 2023-24, that every bill should be accompanied by a standalone evaluation or regulatory impact assessment. And C, stability of the tax regime. The committee observed that the frequent amendments of tax laws has caused challenges on both the taxpayer and the Uganda Revenue Authority while administering the taxes. The committee attributed this to the absence of a comprehensive tax policy. Therefore, we recommend that the Ministry of Finance establishes a comprehensive taxation policy to address, among others, the stability of the tax regimes. We also note that there was silence on the new international tax measures. The committee observed that whereas the minister presented new tax policy measures in 2024 tax bills, with the exception of the levy on petroleum products, there was a notable absence of measures covering the international trade taxes. At the same time, the projected tax collections under international taxes was projected to decline slightly on a year-on-year basis. The committee further established the tax policy on international trade is agreed jointly by the Council of East African Community Ministers responsible for finance. Accordingly, Parliament is never given its constitutional duty to scrutinize tax policies under this category. Recommendation. The committee therefore recommends that the minister should always report to Parliament at the earliest opportunity after the meeting of the ESC finance ministers in order to afford this House an opportunity for an input into all the new tax measures, Right Honourable Speaker. Clause 2 and 4. Amendment of Section 5 and 10 of the Principal Act. Section 5 of the Act provides for persons who are liable to pay tax, and these include this case of a taxable person, the person making the supply in the case of an input of goods, the importer, and in case of a supply of imported services other than imported services, the person receiving the supply.
Honorable Gwang, we still need you in. We need you in. And whips. And Ugandans out there. This is the most important legislation that we are doing. If people are charged the high taxes, it's because you've not been here to represent your people. So when people stay out there and leave few people to be here, then the mistake is not on anybody, it is on your people that you voted in. Then afterwards, you start blaming URA, who is just executing what has been passed here. So all the whips, you need to have your members in the House. This is a very important sitting.
Right Honourable Speaker, Section 10 of the Act provides for supply of goods by auction and was amended in 2023 to treat a supply of goods made by the auctioneer as a supply in the course of auctioning goods. The committee therefore noted that the proposed amendment is intended to clarify that the recipient of the proceeds of the auctioned goods is responsible for accounting for VAT on the sale of goods under Section 5. The committee further noted that the amendment of Section 5 and 10 of the Principal Act is intended to clarify that where a debtor's property is disposed of through a sale, then the supply is treated as made by the debtor and not the auctioneer/creditor. Further, the auctioneer/creditor is not entitled to a credit for any input tax incurred against the output tax and shall be liable to pay the output tax payable on the supply. And therefore, the committee recommends, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, that the proposal be maintained in the bill since it provides clarity and eliminates ambiguity in the treatment of the auctioned goods. Clause 3, amendment of Section 7 of the Principal Act. Clause 3 proposes to amend Section 7 of the Principal Act in subsection 4A by repealing paragraph C. Section 74AC of the Principal Act states that a person supplying goods or services for consideration as part of his or her business activities, but who is not required to, by subsection 1 or 5, to supply for registration, may apply to the Commissioner General to be registered in accordance with Section 8. The committee observed that Section 74AC of the VAT Act allows persons engaged in commercial farming to register for VAT despite the fact that their supplies are exempt from VAT. They are therefore allowed to claim input VAT without charging output VAT on their supplies. The committee further observed removing commercial farmers from the list of persons who may apply to the Commissioner General to be registered in accordance with Section 8 of the Act denies them the opportunity to claim input credit. The committee further observed that the removal of the commercial farmers from the list of persons who may apply to the Commissioner General to be registered for VAT undermines the contribution of the commercial farming to the Ugandan economy. Therefore, the committee recommends that 1, URA should strengthen its tax education, and 2, the proposed amendments should be rejected and Section 74AC be maintained in the Act. Clause 5, amendment of Section 18 of Principal Act. Section 18 of the Act provides for taxable supplies. Clause 5 of the bill seeks to amend Section 18 of the Act by inserting paragraph 18(9) to include that the supply of goods or services by an employer to an employee for no consideration is considered a taxable supply except where the employer was not entitled to input tax credit. The committee was informed that the employers are using the avenue to give free taxable goods to the employees without consideration, but claim input credit for the goods supplied. This is an abuse of the law since URA, on the other hand, cannot recover the output tax. Through the proposed amendment, the taxable supply should be treated as having been made for a consideration equal to the fair market value of the supply and should only apply to employees' benefits, which are taxable supplies under the law. Therefore, the committee recommends that Clause 5 of the bill be passed. Clause 6, amendment of Section 42 of the Act. Section 42 of the Act provides for refund of overpaid tax. The proposed amendment seeks to amend the provisions by increasing the threshold for claiming the refund of overpaid tax from Uganda shillings 5 million to Uganda shillings 10 million. Whereas the committee received a proposal for increment of the threshold to Uganda shillings 50 million, the committee observed that increasing the threshold will have the effect of incapacitating small and medium enterprises, the SMEs, from claiming for the overpaid tax, which will negatively affect their business. Therefore, the committee observed that this is intended to reduce the number of taxpayers claiming refunds. Refunds below 10 million shall be automatically carried forward to offset the output of the next financial year. And therefore, the committee recommends that Clause 6 of the bill be passed. Clause 7, insertion of Section 66A to the Principal Act. Clause 7, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, seeks to introduce a new provision to the Act by imposing a penalty for failure to withhold tax. Accordingly, a withholding agent who fails to withhold tax in accordance with the Act shall be personally liable to pay to the Commissioner the amount of tax which has not been withheld, but the withholding agent is entitled to recover this amount from the person. Further, the provision will apply to the liability imposed as if it were a penalty for non-payment of tax. The minister informed the committee that currently there is no law compelling designated withholding tax agents to withhold VAT. And therefore, This amendment seeks to compel the withholding agents to withhold or face the inconvenience of paying the taxpayers or paying for taxpayers and pursue a reimbursement. The committee observed that the imposition of the provision has implications of compelling withholding agents to remit 6% of the holding VAT, withheld on VAT. As a consequence, this is not accounted for in the VAT input returns. It also has an implication of ensuring URA of a minimum of 6% of any VAT received or withheld by an agent. This is not accounted for in the VAT input returns and disadvantages the supplier. The proposal shifts URA's mandate to the taxpayer on account of failure to withhold tax. In addition, all URA registered taxpayers are required to issue IFRIs or invoices, and this gives URA visibility of transaction by such payers. Recommendation. The committee finds no merit in the proposed amendment and recommends that the proposal should not be adopted. 2, the imposition of 6% withholding tax on VAT is inconsistent with the VAT Act, and therefore the ministry should harmonize the regulations. Clause 6, amendment of the first schedule to the Act. Clause 8 seeks to amend first schedule to the Act to include Africa Reinsurance Corporation, Africa Re, International Regulatory Board of the East African Power Pool, and Islamic Corporation of the Development of the Private Sector. The committee noted that Africa Re is an African Union institution established in 1976 by the AU member states and the African Development Bank. Uganda was among the founder signatory states with 22 shares and thus receives dividends from it. Article 51 of the Establishment Agreement states that each member state shall undertake to waive and refrain from imposing any administrative, practical, and financial restrictions that would hinder in any manner a smooth functioning of the activities of the corporation. It also provides that each member state shall exempt the corporation from all duties and taxes arising from the corporation's activities in the member state's national territory. The committee further noted that the Islamic Corporation for the Development of Private Sector is a part of the Islamic Development Bank group, which already is exempted in first schedule of the VAT Act. It is a multilateral development financial institution that supports the economic development of its member countries by providing financing to the private sector projects, promotes competition, entrepreneurship, encourages cross-border investment. The proposed amendment is intended to clarify that Islamic Cooperation for Development for the Private Sector is an arm of the Islamic Development Bank and is entitled to a VAT exemption to avoid disruption of its services to the private sector in Uganda. The committee further noted that under the International Regulatory Board of East African Power Pool, government has committed to promote investments in the power sector and facilitates smooth cross-border energy initiatives within the EAC region. The committee observed that the effect of the proposed amendment is to expand the refund of tax to international organizations under Section 45 of the Act and to include Africa Reinsurance Corporation, International Regulatory Board of the East African Power Pool, and the Islamic Cooperation for Development for the Private Sector. And therefore, the committee recommends that the clause 8 be passed. Clause 9, amendment of the second schedule of the Act. The proposed amendment seeks to amend the list of exempted supply under the second schedule of the Act by A, repealing postage stamps, software, and equipment installation services to manufacturers. The committee observed that the repeal of the postage stamps and software and equipment installation services to manufacturers from the list is exempted supplies and is intended to broaden the tax base. B, including the following items: seed cake that does not include cake or dog food, hose, the supply of electric vehicles locally manufactured or supplied, or supply of frame and body of electric vehicle locally fabricated, the supply of electric vehicle charging equipment or supply of charging services of an electric vehicle, the supply of pesticide, the definition of pesticide, the supply of fertilizers, seeds and seedlings, the supply of cooking stoves that use fuel ethanol assembled in Uganda up to 30th June 2028, the supply of safety headgear, manufacturers of electric vehicles, electric battery or electric vehicle charging equipment, or fabrication of frame and body of an electric vehicle. The committee observed that the proposal amendments are intended to boost local production, public safety, and environmental sustainability. C, excluding goods and services used for personal and domestic use by contractors and subcontractors of hydroelectric power, solar power, geothermal power, and biogas and wind energy. The committee observed that the proposed amendment is entitled to limit abuse of exemption regime. And therefore, the committee recommends the clause 9 be passed. The proposed amendment, beg your pardon, clause 10, amendment of the third schedule of the Act. The proposed amendment seeks to amend third schedule, which provides for zero-rated supplies by repealing the supply of seeds, fertilizers, and hose and pesticides. The committee observed that this proposal is intended to achieve consistent treatment of all agricultural inputs which have been exempted in the second schedule. Therefore, the committee recommends that the clause 10 be passed. I hereby submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. Can we have shadow? We have two reports. Nathan, you're just writing yours now, or? Okay.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, the value added tax amendment.
You can actually even give the shadow to read it. If
2024,
combine.
the background has been given by the main report when it was brought here. And the agencies that we interacted with, I don't have to go through that. The main issues in this bill, if your employer, mainly the manufacturer, donates to you items, the bill requires him or her to pay VAT on them. And want to give examples because we are not legislating only for ourselves. So you work in Coca-Cola, they give you 100 crates of soda for your wedding. The bill now says they must tax them.
Tax the donation?
Yeah, that's what the bill says. Because companies and manufacturers.
Who pays the one who is giving you the donation?
Yeah. So the companies
Where
now.
is the minister?
Madam, can I read the report?
You first wait.
So,
You
so
first start. You start. You start.
Madam Speaker, we have picked issues. Those of us who are opposed to part of the bill that we think Parliament, we need to draw parliamentary attention to them and the public. The first issue is that the bill says, if your employer, say a manufacturer, donates to you item, he is now required to pay VAT on them. For example, if you have a wedding, like a colleague said here, and
Like
Coca-Cola,
Parliament gives you a car, so Parliament should pay VAT.
that's different because they are looking at the
For trading.
Yes.
Okay, for trading, manufacturing,
So
taxable goods.
so if they give you 100 crates of soda, or you have a wedding, or you have a function, or you've lost someone, now the bill says the government will tax your employer who is giving you those items. The amendment also is introducing a penalty. I think the committee now.
Exempt.
Yeah, I think here we agree with the committee. The second point, but I simply wanted to draw your attention to it. The third,
Enos, I want you to bring your clarification after he has read. After he has read.
But he's on the committee.
Even if we only cover this one bill, let's go slow on this.
You see, Enos is a member of the committee. He has signed a majority report, which means we disagree. I don't know why he's restless.
We are looking at areas of dissent.
Yes. So,
We are
Madam
looking at
Speaker, the
areas
third
of dissent.
issue is the amendment moving agricultural input such as the whole pesticide. So these issues, I simply wanted to draw the attention of Parliament to them. Now I go to the issues of disagreement.
What's wrong with those items?
No, there is nothing wrong with them, but we thought we needed to draw Parliament's attention to them, that that's what they are in this bill. Now I go to the substantial issues of disagreement. The first, non-compliance with the law. The second, absence of comprehensive tax policy and the timing of these amendments. The third, no study, no research. The fourth is penalty for not withholding tax. And I'll start with non-compliance. The Public Finance Management Act makes it a requirement that every bill presented to Parliament shall be accompanied by a certificate of financial implication. This certificate under Section 76 of the Act states, shall indicate the estimates of revenue and expenditure over a period of not less than 2 years after the coming into effect of the bill when passed. The certificate shall indicate the impact of the bill on the economy. This, in simple terms, means total amount to be spent on implementation of the law and the expected revenue. In this case, the cost of correcting the new taxes vis-a-vis amount realized. Government committed itself to balance the need for revenue correction and economic growth. You don't just close down businesses or threaten to close them over failure to pay taxes without looking at the other factors. That's what government committed itself to. For example, you can close a company and you lose 100 jobs. So you will have lost the tax you want to recover, but you also have lost a job. For example, Game was closed because it didn't pay 23 billion. So they didn't pay the money after all they closed, but also the jobs were lost to them. So that's why the law requires that you look at the implication of every proposal to the economy. The certificate of financial implication, the Honorable Matia Kasaija issued, dated March 27, just one day before running to Parliament, was presented before running to Parliament, doesn't meet these requirements. It reads, and I have attached the certificates for you to read. Since this is an amendment to existing tax provisions
There is no expenditure plan specifically different from the overall allocation of 619 billion for the financial year 2024-2025 and shillings 534 billion for the financial year 2025-2026 to Uganda Revenue Authority. This is the certificate the minister issued for all the 5 tax bills. I don't want to invite you to debate in anticipation. I am only inviting your attendance that you will find the same certificate. They are just changing names and dates. The only change is the name of the bill. No wonder all the 5 certificates were signed on the same day and 1 hour. The minister doesn't know how much it will cost to correct the new tax proposals. If he knows, he doesn't want to tell Parliament as it is required in the law. He, without any study, concludes that this new measure in this amendment will yield an estimated 74 billion. That's what the minister says. No study, nothing. He says he wants to raise 74 billion through these amendments to the VAT Act. The Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy Annual Monitoring Plan for financial year 2020 to 2023 observed, like the committee said, majority of the tax law amendments are not informed by tax-related analytical briefs. This is what this Kasaija certificate confirms. Yet the same minister, in his letter introducing the Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy for Uganda 2019 up to 2024, committed to end arbitrariness. He said, and I want to quote the minister, in order to achieve our revenue potential, please listen, we will move away from ad hoc annual tax policy changes. These piecemeal adjustments with little alignments to an overarching strategy have created a high degree of unpredictability and uncertainty in our tax policy direction. The Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy will address this, as well as ensure that our future tax policy embodies the principles of simplicity, fairness, citizen welfare, and sustainability. This is what the minister said. They were no longer running the way they are running. I don't know. This is the commitment, forgive my spelling there, the minister made to the country in writing. This parliament must hold this minister to his commitment that they will no longer run with small amendments here. They will now, after comprehensive policy review and study, come here because of the reason he said this causes to the economy. The certificate doesn't show the overall impact of the tax proposals on the economy. Moreover, Parliament, as our colleagues in the majority observed, recommended that in addition to all these commitments and the law, every bill should be accompanied by a standalone evaluation or regulatory impact assessment. I go to point number 2. There is no comprehensive taxation policy in Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, on May 5th, 2022, concerns were raised by Honorable Javira Semwang, MP Buyamba, regarding the absence of a comprehensive taxation policy in Uganda. This concern stemmed from the realization that the Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy formulated by the Minister of Finance in 2020 lacked a well-documented taxation policy. Consequently, Parliament on the same day, 5th May 2022, passed a motion urging the government to develop a comprehensive policy on taxation. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker and members, up to now, this government every financial year introduces tax bills without a taxation policy in place. This approach, Honorable Speaker, grants this government unchecked discretion in determining which taxes to impose, which amounts, timing, and targets. Often this leads to unfair taxation that disproportionately burden the impoverished citizenry. During the debate, one of the members who has now signed the majority, the Honorable Kateshumba Dixon, former Commissioner for Domestic Taxes, stated, and I want to quote here what he stated. Yes, we need to base our tax decisions on a structured policy, rather than relying on ad hoc negotiations. This approach will enable us to uphold the principles we aim for and foster investment within our country. That's what the Honorable Kate Shumba said here. I don't know which Kate Shumba now has signed the majority report. The Honorable Asumani Basariwa, President of JEMA and MP for Bujiri Municipality, echoed similar sentiments, emphasizing that effective legislation on taxation is typically preceded by a well-established policy framework. He highlighted the existence of numerous taxation laws that lack proper policy guideline. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in the absence of such a comprehensive taxation policy, the hands of this parliament are tied. Solution is to ask government to withdraw their bills and return when they are ready. I don't know how long you want to continue babysitting adults like Honorable Kasaija and Honorable Musasi's and the company. Because you made a proposal and told them go and do these things. They have now returned without doing them. They are saying, go ahead.
You're clapping on babysitting Kasaija.
Yeah.
Your grandfather.
I said you are babysitting adults.
No,
That's why
I'm saying Goretti.
the minority is
I'm like-
complaining. Timing of new tax proposals. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is already instability in the tax sector, as the main report has reported. Traders have just opened their shops. There is a general feeling of overtaxation with very little to show for it in terms of social services. Roads in Kampala City, Kampala metropolitan districts of Wakiso, Mukono, Mpigi, and other areas in the country have completely broken down. There is a general cry that leaders are swimming in luxury at the expense of taxpayers. The other day, Parliament approved a supplementary budget of 1.1 trillion, including 576 billion that was gifted to Matthias Magola. What do you think citizens will feel about this, that you are collecting to give away? This needs to be addressed before any new tax measure is proposed. We need to restore confidence. Stability is a key principle in taxation. Taxes should be introduced at least every 5 years. That's why Minister of Finance committed himself to do, not annually like it is with this government. If the country is still crying with the implementation of existing taxes, is your answer to impose new ones? Why don't we first deal with the leakage, corruption, and use the savings to finance the budget rather than thinking of new tax measures? You, Parliament, you are going to be blamed for new taxes as you are blamed for the old ones. For once, you can say no to them. I can skip the penalty for not withholding. Later, we reach the consensus. This is my report. You're asking why. Did I ask you why you included that? Tax on donated items. I have referred to this. I think here we are being inhuman. How do you impose a tax on items that have not been sold? We are in a way stopping companies and manufacturers from incentivizing their workers. If an employee of Coca-Cola has a wedding or a funeral, and the company donates 100 crates, why charge the company VAT? This I am asking Parliament to reject. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we have attached the certificate of financial implication. Members may not have picked a copy for you to see that actually this is not better than a cheat. We have also attached a letter from the Honorable Minister Kasaija and highlighted the specific paragraph in which he said the government will no longer now come to Parliament with piecemeal amendments like this. This is a letter from the minister. I hope you can go up where we have highlighted, which is the third paragraph. But you can read because we made sure. Yeah, I think that is it, Right Honorable Speaker. This Parliament has no option.
Thank you.
but tell the minister to follow the law.
Thank you.
When he does, I will gladly come here and we begin debating and supporting.
Nathan,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Nathan,
Thank you very much, Madam
Chairman,
Speaker.
not just this.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I make the issue which is under clause 9 and clause 10, there are just three small things I want to put ahead first. First, the Ministry of Finance is looking more on income, but not looking at expenditure. So when they look at income, while they are not addressing expenditure, is the reason why every now and then they are bringing more tax proposals to collect more. Number two, Madam Speaker, you asked the question, if we don't pass this bill, is there any problem? There's no problem. Already there's existing law. It will continue to be in force, so you don't need to worry. Number three is about the changes in prices, especially in fuel. I think also we should also address the issue of other costs. Okay. This is not this is the one who advised the minister.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
The third one, Madam Speaker, is on the increase of prices of commodities. I think we're looking at the item of only taxation, but also the other issues like exchange rates. Like, for example, if the price of the fuel, we bought it at 3,700, and now the cost is 3,900 a dollar, that means that change in exchange rate will be put on the what? On the fuel. So I want to say that we import all our fuel, and even the clothes we put on, we import. That's why when you go to the market, you'll discover the prices going high. But basically, it's not tax, but because of the change in the exchange rate, which is going up. So you better get your own fuel. The fourth one, Madam Speaker, so that I will concentrate on, which I want to help members to also debate, knowing in taxation, donations are not allowed. Unless it is categorically put in the law that this is a donation, which will be allowed maybe to a charity, to some institutions which are known. So therefore, if a donation is not allowed, that means if you make a donation, you should be taking care of everything which go by it. So if, for example, I don't want to talk about Coca-Cola. Let me talk about beer. Supposing I'm going to wed, I work for Uganda Breweries, they give me 100 crates of beer. I only take 20, I sell the 80. You understand? In the same market. And also that means you have to be very careful when dealing with donations and exemptions. Madam Speaker, having spoken all those many things, I want to descend on two clauses, clause 9 and clause 10. Clause 9 proposes to move hose, pesticides, seeds, fertilizers from 0 rated under Schedule 3 to Schedule 2 as exempt. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the moment you make it that way, it means the cost of hose is going to increase. How? Some people will lie you, these guys of URA and finance, that exempt means 0. It means all the costs related to that hole, if they are not allowed for VAT purposes, will be added on the price of the hole. So the reason I'm coming here is to tell you that clause 9, we should not accept those to be exempted, and the clause 10 should be deleted. Simple. I think I will finish my case. Let me give maybe a simple one. Yeah. I am selling hose here. I rent a shop. I am paying VAT on the shop. And if I'm not allowed that VAT on that shop I've paid as rental, then that price, that VAT I'm not being allowed, will be added on the price of the hole. This is an agricultural country. We have not reached there. We need these items to be really supported. And that's why I'm saying, if there are some items in the Schedule 2, which is related to agriculture and we have forgotten to deal with them, it is now high time we move them from Schedule 2 to Schedule 3. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. Next time, let's have one minority. we can combine them together and we have one. And that will be a respect to our shadow finance. Wait, honorable members. You know, this is a report of a committee. The minister has had a report from the committee. The minister may want to simplify things. Honorable Minister, you may want to simplify things where you want to concede so that it makes the debate easy. You will come and clarify where the minister has not.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to thank the committee for coming up with good analysis. And I also would like to appreciate our minority colleagues for taking time to analyze our bills very well. Madam Speaker, indeed, I would like to simplify things. There is where we agree and where we disagree. And I want to go point by point. I want to begin with Honorable Mafabi, the proposal to not to move horse and other agricultural items from Schedule 3 to Schedule 2. I strongly agree. Since you have accepted, I don't have to even labor justifying. Now, Honorable Semuju.
Is that okay with you?
Madam Speaker, that's fine. That's what.
Shadow, Jonathan. I don't want us to continue debating on things. Let's go straight. Yes.
Madam Speaker, on the proposal by Semuju,
Honorable Semuju.
Honorable Semuju, not to tax offers given by employers to employees, I strongly disagree on account of the following, and I want to use an example. Assuming you work with a company, say, involved in production of sodas, and this company every Friday decides to give you 1 crate of soda to take home for the kids to enjoy over the weekend. It will give you this crate of soda on cost plus VAT. We therefore expect you to receive this order on the cost plus, assuming you decide not to use it for your personal use. Even if you use it for your personal use, you become the last person, whom we call the last consumer, and therefore you should pay the VAT. Even if you decide to sell it, you should also sell it plus VAT. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I would like to invite Honorable Semuju and the House to really appreciate the whole idea, the whole supply chain of VAT. These are not goods of specific nature. These are goods for consumption. You are not donating 1 million shillings for my wedding. You are donating, you are just foregoing to sell this item at a price. In other words, this product can be exchanged for a price. And therefore, Madam Chair, Speaker, here we strongly agree, we strongly disagree, and the committee, good enough, also disagreed with him, and I therefore support the committee's position. On our ferry, on withholding, I want to imagine you withdrew because you agreed with the committee, and I also agree with the committee. Madam Chair, sorry, Madam Speaker, on withholding, why I agree with the committee is that we regularly, time and again, we appoint withholding tax agents to say, Serco and Company Limited, dealing in a particular business, you are going to be, we appoint you as our withholding tax agent for VAT purposes. And then you start collecting on our behalf and remitting to government. If for one reason or the other, fail to withhold, knowingly or unknowingly, this is a voluntary service you are providing to government. We shouldn't penalize you for failure to do something which you have voluntarily, which you have an option not to do. So here we should strengthen ourselves as URA, we should strengthen when we talk about efficiency in tax administration. These are some of the things we should look at instead of bothering our taxpayers. So here I agree with the committee. On certificate of financial implications.
Honorable members, the only thing that we will now clear is what we are not in agreement.
Madam.
Yes, he's moving in very well. The only thing that we will now debate is only what is not in agreement, where is flowing very well. It's not just talking for the gallery.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are also other matters which the minority report by Honorable Semujuru brought out. One of them is non-compliance with the
tax
with the law, non-compliance with the public finance. Madam Speaker and the House,
even the major report.
You will agree with me that this is a subjective issue.
Pardon?
You will agree with me that the judgment is highly subjective. It depends on how we want to look at it and how Parliament would like to look at it. Therefore, I pray that we allow time to chew this expectation gap. The two of us going forward can agree. It is the law, but how do we interpret the law? That is what I'm saying, that how we are interpreting and how Parliament is interpreting leaves some expectation gap. What Parliament would like to see and what we exactly know that is supposed to be done. Therefore, I want to pray that we give some time in the future, maybe next year, when I come back here to report, we shall have closed this gap. Now, what was the basis of our proposals? Madam Speaker, all our proposals are anchored on our domestic revenue mobilization strategy, which we are implementing from 2012 to 2017. And I want to really invite you colleagues to support us. We committed in this strategy that we shall raise the tax to GDP ratio from 13% to 18% and 20% in the long term. And all these efforts we are making are geared towards that direction. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and I invite the tax policy. The tax policy is before Cabinet for consideration, and the tax policy, Madam Speaker, is before Cabinet. Once Cabinet takes a decision, I will inform the House accordingly.
Goretti, you just don't echo.
Goretti, when I'm speaking about these matters, it is in my interest.
Honorable members, let's first reconcile ourselves. Let's reconcile ourselves. What we have agreed and what is left outstanding. Honorable Dur, Jonathan. No, let's.
Nothing, just.
You've not been following. Honorable members, we've agreed
No, Madam Speaker.
that
since you
the
called-
issue of
I was on the point of
of,
order, Madam.
yes,
Last year and many other years before, the Honorable Minister has consistently told us that these policies before Cabinet, even last year. And we allowed him to proceed on the understanding that after he
It
will
will
bring,
come.
it is now 1 year plus. Is he in order to keep, 2 years plus, is he in order to come and
Honorable Minister, our presumption is that Cabinet sits every Monday. That's a presumption we have. So you've kept telling us it is still in Cabinet. So when I'm with you.
what I'm saying that when they sit in Cabinet, last time you communicated, they go idling around, and yet there is a serious matter of policy to discuss. And that's what I wanted to draw your attention to. Idle talk in Cabinet.
You know, when he talks about idle talk in Cabinet, I said it and I will repeat it. That when you go into Cabinet and start idly talking about issues of how Parliament has been corrupted, not to pass RAPEX bills, how Parliament is not doing its work, how Parliament, and you forget to do your job. That is the idling we are talking about. But we are not talking about you as who? As the Honorable Musa Sisi. We are talking about those people who were doing idle talks. But what you need to tell us, when do we have, what is the position? Just tell us what is the position. For you are not an idler. You're a very good minister. Hold on, members, hold on.
Madam Speaker, it is not true that last year I told this Parliament that the Cabinet, that the policy was before Cabinet. It is not true. I am sure you know I'm a Mchiga. I don't tell lies. Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, sometimes we allow our colleagues space, but they must not misuse it. You earlier here, when you are asked about the prices of fuel, you said the law of supply and demand is what applies. Last year, you wanted the law changed so you can become a monopoly and import petroleum. Had you forgotten that the law of supply should apply there? So is the minister in order to come here and deny that sometimes he tells lies to parliament? Is he in order?
Maybe I'm just fortunate that I've never had this lie because he's a Muchiga.
Madam Speaker, to cut the wrong story short.
Attorney General is standing.
I'm a Ugandan. Natural Speaker, on the issue of policy, we all know that cabinet is the policy-making organ of government. But we also know that the National Planning Authority plans, incubates, researches, and helps us formulate policy as a government. So there is a process, and that process takes time. It is unfortunate if that incubation is haphazardly done, and what is presented before you as you demand is riddled with insufficiency and holes. It is not true So I wanted to say that indeed there is a policy, there is a process for making this policy. And when the time is right, cabinet, the instrument will present that policy, will pass that policy and bring it to the House. It would be wrong for this House to push cabinet to present a policy that is still under incubation. The policy can only be presented when it is ready and proper. I beg to submit.
Honorable members, we are almost there. We've almost resolved all the legal issues in the act, in the bill. Now, the issue that is outstanding is on the compliance of the law. And which you just need to explain to this House. You need to explain to this House. Katesh, do you have what to say? Do you?
Right Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to give information so that the members can debate from a proper technical point of view on the issue which Honorable Assembly raised it about the donations.
That one is
You have
been
resolved.
sorted.
We are in agreement.
Okay. You know, honorable members, you'll bear with me, even if there are people who are members of the committee. But when I know if it is a Honorable Nathan, I know he's a member of the committee. And when it comes to taxation, I will allow him to speak. When it comes to Katesh, when it comes to this, you are a VAT, Elijah Casilo was there. Those are people who are managing. Then, of course, the shadow. Yes. Another tax.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I do hear the Deputy Attorney General when he says that we for now should accept what is half-baked. Because he said that we are dissatisfied. Actually, the words he used is that what you bring here has got holes and so on. Those are the words he used.
No.
I'm actually re-echoing the words that the Deputy Attorney General used, because
let's use the real words that are being used.
let me use the real words that he used.
There is an order.
This is Parliament, the national legislature. I do understand that at times we have our own banter, but there is a cropping consistency of disrespect. I do respect the leader of opposition. Last week, he responded to me and said, you should compose yourself. He said it. It is on record. I don't know where it came from. And now he's saying something similar to that. Madam Speaker, I know the words I used and they're on record. I said Parliament should not push Cabinet to present a haphazard policy. I said the policy is still under incubation. Is it in order for the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition to regularly want to put words in my mouth, impute words that I have not spoken? Is it in order?
Of course, really, honorable members, we need to appreciate what Doug is saying. He says, yes, we need a policy here. And he's saying that the policy they want to bring should be a policy that has been completely done, that will meet the test of time, not bring something that is incomplete. And that's what he meant. But when you say that he said half cooked, half baked, half cooked, is not correct. It's not correct. You're wrong, leader of opposition.
Actually, right, Honorable Speaker, in fact, when I use the word half-baked, I am wrong. This one is not even baked at all because there's no policy at all. So I'm wrong when I say half-baked. This one is not baked at all. And what I wanted to drive to, right, Honorable
It
Speaker.
depends, because for me, I cannot say whether it is baked, half-baked, or it is in the process, because we don't sit in a cabinet. Now, the leader of opposition maybe sits in that cabinet.
Right, Honorable Speaker, really to get to the serious issue, I actually wanted to drive government to commit. When do we get to have the comprehensive taxation policy?
Exactly.
So that we stop this back and forth, half-baked, not baked at all, and so on. We need to have...
Now you're talking as a leader of opposition.
No, but even the other time I was talking as leader of the opposition, right, Honorable? So that we are able to hold them accountable. Because you see, the Honorable Musasi, he has just denied that last year he did not promise us this. So we want, whether it be him,
No,
Prime
we need
Minister
a
is not around,
commitment.
we need a proper commitment. When does this come?
We need a commitment and
Madam Speaker, today, this year, I have made a commitment that we shall bring a comprehensive tax policy before this House. And by end of this year, we shall have presented this policy to this House.
you know, honorable members, you're still here. If he doesn't bring by end of this year, it's just 6 months away. But it's just 6 months away. He will bring it. If he doesn't, we hold him accountable.
I want to thank the leader of opposition for insisting, and we'll proceed. We have got something from my brother Musasi. The reason we're asking for a tax policy is taxes must be predictable. If they are not predictable, you can see why people are striking. It's because they are not so sure. Even there could be a good tax, but if you have not told the people, they will not understand. Madam Speaker.
And then administration of it.
Yes, and Madam Speaker, word over. When you are going to change a tax, it takes 5 years. But for us here, because of lack of the tax policy, you wake up at night, you bring it in Parliament, in a few minutes, it has been passed. And that's why we're having a problem, even in taxation. And that's why even we're creating inefficiency in URA. Whenever they discover something is becoming hard for them to collect, they just bring a law here for us to make for them the law so that they go and sit in their back instead of enforcing and we're paying them salaries. So, Madam Speaker, if the minister is saying at the end of the year, I think this is a problem. You see, there should be something you should be putting across. For purpose of a tax policy to be out very well, it needs a wide consultation. Now, if you have done that, why don't you say, within 1 week, I can bring a draft to the House to see how far we have gone. And it will help. And Maxwell is here will agree with me. That's the best way to move. Before this budget say, this is how we have gone, and that's how we believe that within 6 more months, this will be a policy out, but this is the draft where we are. It will help.
Honorable, as I go to the final issue, which is legal, I just want to really emphasize to government, the reason we are insisting on this is because a policy gives you direction. Last year, you brought an amendment to this same act. This year, you've brought another one. Which direction do you move in? Because once there is no clear policy, then we shall be operating using the word that I was using earlier on in a haphazard manner and so on. That's why we are insisting on this policy. It will help you also. Because when we are asking you to say, where does that come from? You say, but here is a taxation policy from which it is emanating. But now this is coming out of the blue. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the legal issue is regarding the certificate of financial implication. Actually, both reports are in consonance to say that this certificate of financial implication, a copy of which I have here, is defective. They only disagree on the resolution. Right Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, let me just read the 2 subsections of the Public Finance Management Act, verbatim, so that we know it's a serious issue. This is section 76, firstly, subsection 2. The certificate of financial implications issued under subsection 1 shall indicate the estimates of revenue and expenditure over the period of not less than 2 years after the coming into effect of the bill when passed. That is missing. And here we are talking the law, not politics. Subsection 3. In addition to the requirements under subsection 2, the certificate of financial implications shall indicate the impact of the bill on the economy. That is not here in this certificate of financial implications. And I'm quoting for you the law. So in essence, this is defective, and both reports do agree. Right Honorable Speaker, we've got a precedent that was set last week. There are bills that had to be thrown out. The Honorable Kasolo was here, and we tasked him and told him the certificate of financial implications that he had was defective. He had to go back and sort himself out. We need to be smart and organized, even legally. The minister should be withdrawing this bill, goes back, puts his house in order, and then we comply with the law. Because we're not going to suspend this particular provision of the law, section 76 of the PFMA. We actually don't have the mandate to suspend. We can only suspend our rules. But acts of parliament, they're acts of parliament, they are law. So I want to implore the minister who is not listening, maybe I give him a minute. I'm glad the gentlemen are letting go of the speaker so that this point is delivered home. Mr. Attorney General and Finance Minister, this is for you.
Honorable members, we are not suspended. just sit. Honorable members, there are things we need to hear from the Minister of Finance. On the first part, he has done very well. He has complied. He has made his commitment. I am telling him he should reduce the time of his commitment. Yes.
Right Honorable, while the gentlemen were consulting with you, there's an issue that I raised, which if you allow me in a minute to raise it so that it's drawn to their attention and to yours, Right Honorable. The defectiveness of the certificate of financial implication.
Communicating what I was communicating to the minister, that he has to come on the floor and clarify to you on the issue of the certificate of financial institution.
Okay, because it's defective.
I mean, a financial implication is the one to respond, not me.
So finally, Right Honorable, I was actually quoting a precedent which we set last week. We had to throw out the Honorable Kasolo's bill until he went reorganize the certificate of financial implication so that we follow the process smoothly as the law does prescribe. Otherwise, people are going to take us to court. You know, we have law students who are in law school studying how acts of parliament come into effect, how legislation is done. So when we have precedents that are not in consonance with the law, it's also not good for us. Yes, Shadow. You have the information.
But Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this house is being broadcast live.
Honorable Musasisi.
Madam Speaker, if you allow, you can allow me a second, my colleague. See, what you have just witnessed here is exactly what happened when the committee was processing these bills. And I sympathize with my colleagues that you are assigned to chair committees, you the NRM side. In fact, they made the same observation, and one MP, I will not say the name, these are in-house, he was saying, but with that observation, the bill has collapsed. He said, how do we improve the observation? Even the observation was edited. Let them deny. If they did not edit their own.
Order.
Honorable.
Madam Speaker, and I beg the indulgence of colleagues, there is a difference between the bills of last week and these bills we are considering now. These bills are supposed to facilitate the budget for financial year 2024-2025. Just 1 year. You cannot ask me about the projected revenues for 2 years when the bill is for 1 year. And this is why I said that because we have experienced an expectation gap between what Parliament wants us to put in the bill and what we think should be there, Parliament or the law. Putting me on order doesn't give you anything.
Clarification. Take it, clarification, and we will get a win-win situation. Clarification, no, I can't bash us. Right, Honorable Speaker, he allowed my clarification.
Honorable members,
Right, Honorable Speaker, the reason not every single person presents a policy on taxation or proposes a tax on this floor of parliament is based on, pardon? Because you must research the incidence, the impact and everything.
Motion. Motion, Madam Speaker. The motion, Madam Speaker, is that
honorable
we adjourn.
members, please first wait. You are the ones who are saying that we must handle this thing systematically. Eh? Honorable members, can I have, can, honorable members, can I have what have you resolved? Honorable members, I will ask the Minister of Finance, Shadow, you. I will ask the Minister of Finance. I will ask the Minister of Finance, Shadow, both Attorney Generals. Constitutional this side, and Government Chief Whip plus Nathan. Go and harmonize. Go and harmonize. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Go and harmonize and come and report back to the House. Jonah, you are a constitutional. I said, and chairperson, yes. I am giving you people 30 minutes to go and harmonize as we go for lunch. And once, Nathan, did you hear that I'm giving you for 30 minutes? Yes. So go and harmonize. I'm suspending the House for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Honorable members. Honorable members. We've had a meeting. And first of all, I want to thank the LOP. I want to thank the LOP so much for bringing that legal issue on the financial certificate of financial implication on the tax bills. For the issue of the policy, that one we can be flexible and say, we'll give you time and you bring, but there are matters that you cannot be flexible on the issues of the law. And based on that, we will need finance to bring an addendum on the certificate of financial implication. I now adjourn the House to Monday at 10. We come with addendum.
The second one. Okay.